Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, at this point, recognize the man who decided to bring us here together. For those of us who are Christians, we have read the Bible and we have seen passages where even Jesus himself will say, "What do you see?" In the Old Testament, you have also written, "What seest thou?" And this man saw, and because of the vision he has, we are here together. In 2021, it was in River State, Port Harcourt. In 2022, it was in Delta State, Asaba. In 2023, we are at Ikotekbene in Akwa Ibom State. Please join me with a warm round of applause in appreciating the convener of this summit. Let the applause be better. Moses Siloko Siasia is our convener. Indeed, the question that God posed to him is, "What seest thou?" And he saw a Niger Delta where the youths see beyond oil. We're not saying oil is bad. We're not saying oil has not brought development or progress somewhat in Nigeria. But we are saying that what seest thou, apart from oil? Most of us in this hall were born in an era where oil boom was already on ground. In the 1950s, oil was discovered in commercial quantity, and I believe almost everyone in this hall was born either in the 70s or in the 60s, and majority here are millennials. 1980s, 1990s, I believe we have them here. So what is it? We were born into an era where oil was already in production, and subconsciously, we were programmed to look at oil as our mainstay in the economy. And today we're gathered here to say, "What seest thou?" Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I go ahead to recognize most of our speakers here, can you please close your eyes and imagine, please do that. I'm actually saying close your eyes, and imagine seeing a lush vegetation. When you see greenery, what do you think? When you close your eyes and you dream about your future, what do you think? Is it a Niger Delta that is known as the hub of economic activities? Is it a Niger Delta that is rich in agricultural produce? Is it a Niger Delta that is not solely depending on oil that has been taken out of the land and benefits you little to nothing? Or is a Niger Delta where the youths are empowered? Now open your eyes, and I believe you are seeing beside you a CEO that is going to bring the next Fortune 500 company. And if that person is you or your neighbor, please appreciate yourselves again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to recognize some of our distinguished personalities who have taken time out to grace not just this event, and in some cases will be participating by speaking. I would like to first of all again appreciate our convener, Moses Siloko Siasia, the chairman of the Niger Delta Young Professionals Forum. Please put your hands together for him. I also like to recognize, I believe he is already here, the representative of the interim administrator of the Presidential Amnesty Program. He is the head of reintegration, Wilfred Musa. Please, a round of applause for him. You're welcome, sir. May I now recognize our speakers in no particular order. I would like to recognize first our keynote speaker. She'll be speaking on our theme, which is building the culture of entrepreneurship is another for the people to decide, yes, you qualify to inherit the stool. Because where we come from, it is not by inheritance, it is by voting and agreement of the people. So if your father passes on as a traditional ruler, you do not automatically get that stool. It is up for anyone in the royal house that is interested, and the people decide. But in this case, is a rare occurrence in our area. His father passed on and was buried, and the people decided that he should take over the stool. It is really rare. Please put your hands together for Prince Ayabowe Christian Okpofa of Tombia, Yanagwa Bayelsa State. Is the heir of Okun the 19th, the throne. Thank you so much for being here. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Appreciate yourselves, please. Thank you. The recognitions is by no means over, but I believe we do not want to spend too much time dwelling on recognitions, so we'd like to start the program, and I would like to inform us that this program is being streamed live on Heritage Times on YouTube. Just check on YouTube, Heritage Times handle, and on Facebook, Official NYPF. On Facebook, Official NYPF. So please, you can tell all those who are not here in the hall to join online. It's being streamed live. Now we're using the following hashtags. For those who are just coming, I had announced earlier that we should take photographs at the stand, the photo stand outside. And I told everyone not to post their pictures yet. So now bring out your phones. It is time to post your pictures. And you're posting your pictures with a hashtag. If we can have the hashtags on the screen, that would be nice. Hashtag NDSME, MSME23. Make sure you use the hashtags. Hashtag Niger Delta Beyond Oil. The third hashtag is hashtag Niger Delta Young Professionals. If we can have that on the screen, that would be nice. So people can post their pictures now with the hashtag. We need this to trend. And if everyone is posting with the hashtags, we start having it trending. So please, let's have it on the screen in the course of the event so they can keep posting with the hashtags. Thank you very much. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I invite to the microphone our convener. Please, a round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, our lovely sister and a wonderful professional. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, young professionals, young MSME owners, entrepreneurs in the Niger Delta region, my special guests, our wonderful speakers, my friends, my brothers, and most especially, let me recognize the representative of the interim administrator of the Presidential Amnesty Program, a wonderful and a dynamic representation that we have, which is the head of reintegration in the Presidential Amnesty Office, the person of Musa Wilfred. You're welcome. I want to specially welcome my friend and my brother, my backbone, my support. It's been all the way for me. It's someone who represents the word called friendship. Despite his very rigid schedule, he's here today to celebrate with all of us as young people. Prince Ayabowe Okpofa, you're welcome. Let me specially invite all of you to the 3rd Niger Delta MSME Summit. You would agree with me that as young people, we have been malnourished by too many generations of broken promises. The future and the destiny of this region lies in our hands. I tell people while I was growing up as a young so on and so forth. But today, all those values are no more. And we have a region where we are blessed. We can be described as a proverbial hen that lays the golden egg in this country. But we don't have anything to show for it. Today, some of us are getting to 40, some of us are getting to 50. What legacy are we going to leave for the society, for ourselves, and also for our country? It is a question that we all need to ask ourselves. When those who in our ruling class today were at our age, even far younger than us, they had enormous opportunity that will create an ecosystem for them to grow. But today, they have responsibilities as for leadership and all those institutions that will help young people to grow. They are all eroded. This is the society we find ourselves. But we as young people, as young professionals, we must tell ourselves, or we told ourselves, that despite these challenges, we must do things to improve the lives of our fellow young men and women. And we have been very committed in doing that. Behold the young man standing before you. Several years ago, I was in Port Harcourt. I was a street hawker. I was selling oranges, selling ice blocks in the motor parks. But I told myself at that time that I will be responsive and responsible to my family and society. And that's what has brought me here today, to stand before you today. So I want to assure you that we are doing our best with the young professional team that we have, both in the region and both in the Nigerian space. We are doing our best to change the tide of things, to change how we are perceived as a people, and also to help our young people to achieve their dreams and aspirations. We are using our networks, we are using our contacts to ensure that we provide opportunities for young people who are engaging in productive activities to thrive. I am from the Niger Delta region, and when I see miscreants speaking on our behalf, most times I get so worried. While we have people who are engaging in more productive activities in the region, their voice is being silenced. I want to assure you that this platform is a platform that will not make your voice to be silent in this region. I also want to say that we have young people. You can see the line of our speakers today. They have done well. These are youths. These are young people, young men and women that have engaged in productive activities. They've done businesses. Some of them have failed in the past. Some of them did not stop because of their failures. But some of them saw their failures as a process of growth. Today, they are here. They have built businesses. And as far as I'm concerned, a young man from this region, these are role models. We must change the culture of encouraging those who are causing problems in society. We must build a culture of encouraging those who are engaging in productive activities. This is the only way we can turn the challenges in the Niger Delta into windows of opportunities. I have traveled the far and breadth of this world. I've been to over 60 countries in the world, and I've met young people. The movers and shakers of the global world economy today, they are less than 35 years. But when you come to the Niger Delta, you see 50 years, 60 years begging for handouts. People who are supposed to use their life to do things that are meaningful. God forbid that I find myself in such situations. The ability God has given to us as young people to be creative. We need to be creative to change society. The man who saw the moon and looked at the moon and said, look, I'm going to create something that will take me to business owners and entrepreneurs in the Niger Delta that we live in a world of endless possibilities. Nobody should tell you that it is not possible. It is possible. When we started this journey as Niger Delta Young Professionals, today, mind you, it is called Nigerian Young Professionals Forum. Over 2-point-something million people following us. People saw that, told us that, you can't achieve it. The kind of young people we have in Nigeria today, they cannot even follow you for anything. But today, we are proving them wrong. We have young people that we have empowered through this process, and I will tell you in course of my presentation this morning. And we are here to also add value, because some people don't really understand the essence of life, which is giving back to society. There is nothing today that as a young man will be looking for that I don't have. We have built our businesses to a point where it's very sustainable. In Mosilo Group today, I can beat my chest that we have over 480 staffs working for us. So a young man who was a street hawker today, I've also employed foreigners working for him. So there is nowhere in this world, as a Niger Delta young person, that I cannot stand with my peers anywhere in the world. Nowhere. So nobody should tell you that it is not possible. It is possible. I want you to tell yourself, as you have come for this third edition of the MSME Summit, that my dreams and aspirations are possible. Yes, there is power in the tongue. We should realize that. Because when you say it, you walk towards it, and you become whosoever you want to be. I told myself that this is where I want to be few years back, and today, God is using us to change narrative in the world. Apart from that, the Nigerian Young Professionals Forum have done a lot. Some of you here are aware. We are not only a Nigerian organization. We started from the Niger Delta. Today, we are in 15 countries in the world. We have executed 3 events in the US, 4 events in the UK, 2 events in Europe. All these things are online, you can check. So this is what we are doing from this Niger Delta to change our world. So we must brace up to the task, use opportunities that are available to us. The reason why you are here is to learn. And I also want to reiterate this point, that this is a purely private sector effort. It is not a government effort. A lot of people have misconstrued why we are all gathered. It is not a government-sponsored program. It is a private sector initiative. You see all these young men that are seated in front of you with suits. Their money is in this place. So, organizations that you are seeing that are supporting us in this initiative are organizations that have seen what we are doing to say, oh, how do we identify to give you a little support, a push to achieve what you want to achieve. So with this note, I want to thank those few organizations because there are very few of them. We went to River State, no support whatsoever from the state government. We went to Delta State, no support whatsoever from the state government. I can assure you that. And we are here, there is no support from the Akwa Ibom state government. But we must achieve it by ourselves. We must prove to our leaders that it is time that we have the capacity to change the challenges that we have as young people. Today is International Youth Day. What are we celebrating? The political class, are they celebrating young people? And we are here celebrating ourselves. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. The first edition in Port Harcourt, we had over 3,000 people. And some people were outside. Some of you that were there saw the problems that, happened in Port Harcourt. People were trying to force themselves into the venue. Asaba, the same thing. Akwa Ibom were here. So the enormous numbers that we are gathering, we are doing that to empower young people in the Niger Delta region. And I can assure you that by the grace of God, we will sustain this process. Today, people are talking about growing MSME in the Niger Delta. We have a lot of people, young people. I have seen, when people say we don't have people in the Niger Delta, I tell them, please don't make that such kind of statement. I have seen young people who are working so hard, doing businesses. But some of them, their greatest problem is access to finance. And I know, if I ask a question here, almost half of the all will tell me that the greatest challenges in their business is access to finance. And we've had interventions. But how does these interventions trickle down to those who actually need them? So we are doing our own best to ensure that we build the capacity of young business owners. Today, I can beat my chest to say, as the convener of the Niger Delta Young Professionals, through this process of training and capacity building, we have actually trained over 2,304 business owners across the Niger Delta region. Also, in terms of federal government intervention programs and other private intervention programs, which most importantly I'm going to mention, the COVID fund that was given to individuals. We were also they wrote us for us to send some names based on what we are doing. Agricultural loan from CBN, they wrote us for us to send some names. NCDMB is giving some loans and support to business owners. They asked us to send some names. So through all this intervention support from government and the private sector, we have been able to engage 1,620 young business owners in the Niger Delta. And mind you, none of these persons that have benefited from these funds, the lowest that they received was 500,000 naira. Also, to emphasize this, we have also given grants. The first edition we gave out grants. The second edition we gave out grants. And this third edition, we are going to give out grants today. So to help us in the disburse of these grants, we have a young Niger Deltan who owns a company called Payfax. It's a fintech company that have been doing a lot in terms of promoting MSME. They are here today. They are the ones that will pay these grants to the beneficiaries that we are going to give those grants today. Payfax, you are welcome. Also to say that all our grants put together, both the ones that we get from international organizations, we have been able to help young people. Over 210 persons have benefited from those grants. So, from these grants and intervention scheme, we did a research, we did evaluation from all those people that have benefited, and we discovered that some of them who came or who got those support, through this process, when they came, they had 1 staff, 2 staffs. Some of them did not have any staff working for them. Today, from the schemes put together, from the grants put together, we have been able to create 4,922 jobs, direct or indirect jobs from this support. serious increase of capital from this support that we have given to young business owners. Some of them, when they came, you ask them, they will tell you that they have 20,000, 15,000 in their accounts and they are doing business. But today, I can assure you there is a great increase of capital. In fact, there is one specific lady, she's not here today because she had to travel. She took permission, she had to travel with her husband. She has benefited. When she came, she had over 25,000 in her account. But today, she has employed close to 8 people working for her. She has a very small business. She has increased her capital from 25,000. Today, according to her, she told me that the least that she has in her account as profit most times is between 3 to 4 million naira. So this is what we are doing to change our world. This is what we are doing to change our region. If myself and my team, we had folded our hands to say that we are not interested, all these people that I've mentioned would not benefit from this wealth of knowledge and contacts that we have. So we are pushing. Also, you that are here, that is here, pay attention. If you want to learn, you are here to learn. If you want to get support, we would support you in whatever you are doing. We only support those who are very serious in their businesses. Because wealth to us and my team is not the amount of monies we have or we have made. It's the amount of lives we have been able to touch. One of them, so many of them, most times I go to the airports. When I'm traveling, people run to me to tell me, oh, I'm so-so and so person. I'm a beneficiary of your program. That is wealth to me. Antia, we met several years ago. Today, we have supported his business, and we will still support your business. So, once again, I want to thank especially our sponsors, those who saw value in what we are doing. They are all here. Nigerian Young Professionals Forum, which is taking the lead. The Presidential Amnesty Program. NDDC. NDDC supported us in our first program. They supported us in our second program, and they have also supported us in this third program. While the Presidential Amnesty Office only supported us in the third edition, but it is not too late to start. So they are starting with the third edition. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, most of you don't know about this agency. They are in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. It's headed by a man called Simbi Wabute. They have been with us all through. In fact, the man came himself at the first edition of this summit, and they have been with us from the first, second, and today they have also supported us in this third edition. Heritage Times, our media partners, they have been very consistent. Some of the things you see on the media, it's been produced by Heritage Times. After this event, you see yourself on the national news is Heritage Times. So we must thank the management and board of Heritage Times. Mosilo is my company. Every year, from my profit as a business, every year from my profit as a business, I take over. The list that I've given for the past 14 years is 5 million naira every year to support programs like this. So, ladies and gentlemen, young professionals, we are here for serious business. This is not a government patronized program. Please erase that from your sense of reasoning. This is a purely private sector driven initiative. Look at the people that we've gotten to come and perform today. We are paying them, and they are young people. Look at those who set up this stage, these lightings. They are young people. They are our vendors. We are paying them. Those who decorated this hall, we are paying them. So the ecosystem, the value we are creating in organizing such programs, businesses are someone who supplied this mic, we are also paying. So I want you to realize, and I've also said to myself, that I will not go outside this scheme to employ the services of people. Everything that you see here today, even those that have come for exhibition, we will see how we can encourage them. So when you are leaving, you have to pick an item. It is free of charge. We will pay for all those goods and services. So next time, when you hear programs like this, bring your goods and services. Because some people were, doubting Thomas. We have a lot of them in the region. Today, all the goods that have been brought for exhibition will be paid by the Niger Delta young professionals. I also want to say this. The creativity and the exceptional ability of your business will take you to the next level. Please, if you don't learn anything, put this in your head. The creativity and exceptional ability of your business will take you to the next level. Today, the advent of social media, but our people most times are using social media to abuse leaders in government, abuse their friends and their relatives, abuse people, castigate people. No. The platform was set up by a young man like you. I cannot use Mark Zuckerberg. He doesn't have two heads than me. His own platform, his own thing that he has created to be abusing people. I will use it to generate money for myself. So young professionals, MSME owners, don't use social media to abuse leaders. Use the social media for your own business and improve your business. Antia, I saw you through social media, and today you are here. I did not see you as someone who was abusing government, abusing friends, but I saw you as a young man who was doing things that are productive through the social media, and we got you engaged. So social media should be used as a tool to help your self-enhancement. Please, it is a young man who created it. You cannot use a young man's vision to cause problem for your future. Use your own to create future, a positive future for yourself. That is the only way society will respect you. And I also want to tell you that if you don't create value, you don't create business, you don't create influence, your family and society will not respect you. Today, when I was growing up, I was in Port Harcourt, nobody respected me, even in my family. But today, people are respecting me. Why? Because of value. Not because of the amount of people that I've abused, or I have a capacity to abuse. It is because I've created value for myself deliberately. So create value through this platform. Positive value for yourself. And I can assure you, you will not regret it. Thank you for the time that you have created to participate. Thank you, our speakers. At the appropriate time, we will do our thank you. So once again, enjoy your stay. Enjoy this event. We have enough for you to eat and drink. We have enough for you to eat and drink. Don't clap alone. We also have enough for you to impact in terms of knowledge. I'm not seeing that clap. So once again, I want to thank you and may God bless you all.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please a better round of applause for our convener. write the vision, make it plain, so those who read it may run with it. He saw the vision, he wrote it down, and several young lives are being impacted by that action. Please, a round of applause for him again. And indeed, I have to say that in life, you do not know the number of relatives you have until you have made it. Don't think you know everyone in your family yet. When you have made it, you will know them. They will search for you on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. They will send you a DM. So if you don't know your family members, don't worry, just succeed. You know your family members. And while our convener was speaking, something went through my mind. Indeed, while you open your social media handles, your Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and all that, each time you engage on social media, someone makes money. Why shouldn't it be you? That's a food for thought. Every time you hold your phone, you open your social media, you engage, someone makes money. Why shouldn't it be you? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he said something that creativity and exceptional ability of your business will take you to the next level. Please take that as a word that you run with. If I were you, I would write that down. I'll say it again. Creativity and exceptional ability of your business will take you to the next level. Every day, look at it. Every day, look at it. You'll be amazed at the ideas that will come to your mind. And so we're moving. Before I invite our next speaker, I would like to recognize, while the convener was speaking, he said the Niger Delta Development Commission has been partners for this event for the first, second, and the third edition. And they are here. We have a delegation from the NDDC. I would like to recognize them. Obayelu Patrick, please a round of applause for him. Thank you so much. And I believe in the course of the program, we'll have them give a goodwill message. Mr. Patrick, if we can have you, I will invite you shortly so we can hear from you. We have also a Horrible Friday. Please a round of applause for him. Ajunwa Daniel, please a round of applause for him. And then Lawrence Esieng, a round of applause for him. They are all from the Commercial and Industrial Development Directorate, CID, of the NDDC. You're all welcome. Thank you for being here. I'll now invite our next speaker. This is the theme of this edition: building the culture of entrepreneurship, competitiveness beyond oil. And our keynote speaker is a young lady who is the Chief Executive Officer of Afri-Tropic Farming and Agro-Services Limited, AFAS. She employs 42 direct staff and 113 indirect staff. She's not just a plant scientist and a biotechnologist, she's also a consultant for farm setup and agribusiness. And believe me, her CV is very rich, and I believe in the course of her presentation, we'll hear so much more. Please join me in welcoming to the microphone Ibimoboere Iniekpemi. Please let the applause reflect the fact that we support our young entrepreneurs.
Afri-Tropic is a multi-dimensional agricultural company committed to providing high-quality and modern agricultural products and services, which include high-quality seeds, irrigation kits, greenhouses, modern farming tools, and accessories, training and consultancy. Good seeds are no doubt one of the most essential
this event. Sir, you've put in a lot. And if my company is going to be part of what federal government or NAS, which is National Agricultural Seed Council, is doing, and be part of their sponsors, then talking about Niger Delta is where I should sponsor more. Thank you so much. Building entrepreneurial culture beyond oil in the Niger Delta region calls for awareness and investment. Awareness is what is currently going on, which is what the Convener has put together, creating awareness for Niger Delta youths. Investment could be self-investment, it could be government investment, it could be loan, it could be grant, it could be international funding. With the continuous global push on climate change and transiting from the crude or the petroleum oil to renewable energy has left us with no option but to go back to what has sustained human existence, which is agriculture. Niger Delta is blessed with a massive coastline, the creeks, our river line, the vegetative areas that support crop production and aquaculture. My name is Ebimobere Nyekmemi, and I'm from the Niger Delta region, Delta State to be precise. I'm a plant scientist. I've traveled far and near because of my passion for agriculture. My passion for agriculture is what has bettered my company, Scope, in developing high-quality hybrid seeds, GIS mapping for agricultural activities, field productions, training farmers in how they can profitably increase their yields. My expertise cuts across vegetable production for seed and fresh market purpose, farm management, agribusiness development and management. Over the years, I have had experience and certification in global institutes such as Michigan State University, in Ohio, in Thailand, on crop production, aquaculture, and the rest. From my experience as an entrepreneur and a plant scientist, I have linked between science and the ecosystem we have in the Niger Delta region and come up with what I have done so far in growing my business, in being who I am today, in being the CEO of an organization today who has employed men and women, youths, very old enough to call my father. I've put together this culture that has made me to succeed in business. And I'm here to share with you that, which is more like someone saying I'm selling a business secret. But I want to share with us this culture. A culture and a mindset comes to me about farming our resources. We have a whole lot of resources in the Niger Delta region, which must be farmed. We all know of the story of the Malaysian people coming to take our palm and turning it into wealth in their country, but we own it. So why let others come to farm our resources when we know we can farm it by ourselves and create the wealth we wish to have? Not just that, a story about a Taiwan professor I met in Thailand, and we were talking about tiger prawns. A kg of tiger prawns today is over 6,000 naira. And because I was actually doing a training program on shrimp farming. And I was like, how do we get this? The Taiwan professor said, you have it everywhere in Nigeria. In Cross River, he said he has been to Cross River. And it's a whole lot. We're talking about shrimp. And I can say, because I have a farmer's market in the city of Asaba, in Delta State, and we know how much this costs. I can say, if we are not farming what we have, we are going to spend so much. I can confidentially say 95 or 90 to 95% of the shrimp we import in Nigeria. What we import, the shrimps, the fishes, is something we have in our coastline. It's something we have in our rivers. It's something we have in our creeks. So why do we import it? People talk about, oh, I've farmed and I need to import my products. Then I always tell them, did you even check the database of what we import? What you want to export now? Have you checked the database of this particular product being imported into this country? We all want to take the product out. The moment we produce with the resources we have, and we have enough to sell within our country, we crash the dollar price. Because we've cut down the rate at which these products are being imported. Africa's biggest economy relies heavily on importation of many goods consumed in the country, including food and fish. Data from the NBS shows that Nigeria's fish import in 2022 was valued at 122.5 billion naira. So that means you can have a share of this money if we use our resources to produce this product that is being imported. What we do with our coastline and our creeks, we have to farm them beyond oil. This is our wealth. Our resources is our gold. What has kept me in what I'm doing over these years is the passion and love I have for what I'm doing. You don't have passion, you can't. Because if you don't love it, when you fail once, you don't have the push to try again. I was talking to someone in the US when we're doing a program together, and he was like, if you have something that is bringing money to your table, or something you are doing that will fetch money to you, you must be emotionally attached to it. That is passion. Now, what are the other cultures we can develop beyond, as entrepreneurs, beyond oil? Think of how to solve a problem. In exchange of value, you get money. It's a two-way thing. Once you have what to offer, you solve a problem. You give someone value. Then he pays you. Then as youth, as entrepreneurs, we get money in return. So think about problem to solve as the culture wants to develop to get money. Self-investment. I wouldn't be where I am today if there was no self-investment. Success and failure both starts from you. So first you need to decide to invest in yourself, because you can't give what you don't have. You can only give what you have. That means if I want to do a training or I want to host a training program that people will pay and generate funds from it, I need to get the knowledge first. So first you need to invest in yourself. You need to spend money to invest in yourself. You need to look out for program, because it's not just about the fund. No one will look at for programs where you will educate yourself. But you alone will look at for those programs and training activities you can get to develop yourself. And in return, turn that to money. Technical knowledge is the most relevant culture in entrepreneurship. I talk about my story, about how I travel everywhere in search for knowledge so I can come back to my Niger Delta and to invest in ourselves. Consistency and resiliency. Those who know me from day one can tell me that if consistency was a name, then that is your name. You can't just try once and fail and you said you are done. If you try and you fail, then you need to think, what did I do wrong? You need to come back restructuring. Restructure and go back to the drawing board. People always feel, I know, which is a normal thing, while started my business. A lot of youths always say, how do I have access to fund? How do I get this? How do I do that? First, everybody will want to invest in where will produce money in return. And as youth, we need to convince those people. And if there's someone that has not invested in your idea, you need to keep trying. One day, that idea will sprout. Think about this modern day where we have social media. Somebody will pick up one's idea and it starts spreading. And everybody will try calling around and say, I want to be part of what you are doing. I want to be part of what you are doing. But it's because one was consistent enough to keep up and get their attention, because success has force of attraction. When you are successful, then people come to you. Until that, you have to keep trying. You have to keep being consistent in what you're doing. Be success focused. Talking about where I started and where I am today, it's that focus that I always have a push, that I'm heading somewhere. I'm always focusing on success. What do I want to get? You know, during my IT, I came back home with these vegetable seeds, and I planted. We had enough that we can eat, and we start selling. Just as a farmer. So you may be thinking you're growing crops and it just ends with one farm. Tomorrow it can turn to an organization and not just a farm. So while doing this, I started getting, the convener talked about social media and how he met a farmer here on social media. I also met someone on social media who saw my job. And we started talking. I set up farm. And he was like, do you think these things can grow in the Niger Delta region? I said, yes. So we start doing production. And if you look up on the internet and you Google onion in Biafra, the onion pictures you will see a lady holding is the onion production I did in Delta State. Which people wonder, do we grow onion in this region? All of this is possible. So that is a picture of one of the past U.S. ambassador during a training closing ceremony in one of my farms in Delta State. And it said something. It said, Abi, you know what? I've realized that everyone talks about sustainability. But I think it's time we talk about profitable sustainability. If it sustains, then it's just to sustain you. It will sustain and keep up going. But we need to make profit from this sustainability, which is very important. All you need is to be success-focused, have a success-focused mindset. My goals and what I look forward to see in the Niger Delta region is to see livelihood improvement in the Niger Delta, not just for sustainability, but for profitable sustainability. Now, let me give an instance of a first-time farmer that went through my coaching. He's my cinematographer, my personal media person. He's a first-time farmer, and he set up a pepper farm. He has never farmed before. He's a pro in the cinematography business, and if you look at him, you expect him to just be doing his thing or do something else. But he said he wants to farm. He took up this piece of land in the city of Asaba, fenced area, where he was able to get water to eat, one plot of land, and he started growing pepper, habanero peppers. He invested more than 800,000 in a plot of land to farm. And people will be wondering, why will I even heard of a story of someone telling him, why will you even do this kind of investment? He got the right tools, because he's a very busy person traveling around different states doing his video shoot. So he decided to make sure that he's not the one weeding. He mulched. He did everything. And today, he's harvesting in a week nothing less than 400 to 500 kg habanero peppers. A kg of habanero pepper costs from between 2,000 to 2,500. So multiply this from the harvest. You're harvesting 2 times in a week. And this harvest continues for over 2 months before it stops. Does it make any reasonable sense in investing the amount of money invested in that plot? With the technology he puts in, which is the mulching material used as weed barrier, he's going to do another season without still weeding the beds. He's going to make a whole lot from this. And people will look at it when you say farming is a poor man business. No. Good a thing, farming can be done by everyone. You don't need to study agri-science or related field. You can just have passion for it. Tell yourself this is what you do, because right now, we have no option. We are pushed to the wall that we must go back to agriculture beyond oil. We must farm our resources. We must use what we have to get what we want. One of the biggest fish ponds in my farm, came up with up to 10 different species of varieties of fishes, and I was wondering how. It's in Bomandi, Bakema to be precise, in Bomandi local government. And I didn't stock all these fishes. I didn't use my hand to stock these different varieties, but I saw them. That is to tell you how blessed. Have you seen those videos online where you see an Asian person just digging a hole and start packing out fishes? So it's because this environment we have is the same environment they have. And if we pay attention to these things, this is what we will get. And these fishes are going to be eaten, sold by us, cut down our dollar rate, and even being exported when we have enough. Because it's when belle food now you dey export, when you fit give person. So, these are all our resources. The big tilapias and everything that comes out from we have tilapias in the farm that they called me a few days ago that they want to harvest. I didn't stock them. It's natural. I have not bought tilapia seedlings to put in any of our fish ponds. But, you know, even in the south in Bayelsa, you see people would just excavate ponds and cover it up with dry leaves, and the flood will come. After then, they will harvest and get fishes from it. Have you heard of stories like that, or you've seen something like that? So why do we have to import? Why can't we farm what we have? This is what we are saying beyond oil. Niger Delta beyond oil. It's agriculture. Farm our resources. In conclusion, without awareness and intellectual knowledge or skills, a seed of investment cannot sprout. Even if it does, there won't be vigor. Now I'm talking as a plant scientist. That if you as an entrepreneur or if we as youth don't have the intellectual knowledge, don't have the skills, if we don't have the awareness of the wealth we have around us, someone will come and meet you and sow a seed of investment or finance, it will not sprout. Even if it does for a while, it won't have vigor. That means it will die back after a while. So we need awareness, which our convener has put together this. And like I said from the beginning, I will fully be part of this to make sure we are consistently doing this. I'll fully be part of the team to make sure that youth, whatever intellectual knowledge they have, we can build that, train them, and sow a seed of investment that will sprout. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is a rare occurrence, but our keynote speaker says she's willing to take question and answers if you want. All right, that will be later. Please, a round of applause for her. So please, if you have any questions, I'll advise you put them down. And when you put your questions down, because even when we have the panel sessions, we're going to have the question and answer sessions during the panel session. So what we need to do to have orderliness, please put them down and put the name, if possible, of the person you are directing your question to. So it's easy, we know exactly whom you want to answer. If it's our keynote speaker, please write it down. She's still here available, so you can write the question and write her name. So when you're asking your questions, you can direct it straight to the person you want to answer it. Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate her again. And now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Goodwill messages. We'd like to hear from our distinguished personalities that are here with us today. I would like to invite first to speak for a couple of minutes, Obayelu Patrick from the Commercial and Industrial Development Directorate of the NDDC. Please, a round of applause for him, sir, please. If you can step forward for Goodwill message. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Of the Directorate of Commercial and Industrial Development, NDDC. I'm aware that the Managing Director of NDDC is supposed to be here today. Asked me to be so passionate about this program, and he is willing to continue to support, even if we have been supporting. With the hope, we call it holistic, different skill of all kinds. As a matter of fact, NDDC, that Niger Delta beyond oil, the oil is getting dried, that we should be focused. That's the reason for this program today. And he said that I should tell you oil is going down. Yes, the reason for today is because we cannot be sure of the oil in the nearest future. So that's the more reason we're supposed to brace up. So I want to thank you very much for the opportunity given, and we want to assure you of our continuous support each time we are going to have this program. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know what the rumbling was about. The oil is actually getting dry. And you know, this is my 40th year, and I believe I was about 10 or 15 years old when I started hearing the oil was getting dry. I know you do not want to hear that. I know. But anyway, we are here to look beyond oil. And the truth is, there is no country that relies solely on one means of income that survives. Even as an individual, the era of one stream of income is dead. You can only thrive if you have multiple streams of income. That is why you need to look at entrepreneurship. Now let's put our hands together for the convener for making us really look beyond oil. Thank you. Thank you so much, representative of the MD. Thank you so much, sir, for being here, not just as partners. Every organization looks forward to having partners in progress. That makes you thrive. And you've been partners in progress with the convener and this organization for 3 years running. And we pray you do not get tired. Please continue. Thank you so much. And I would like to now invite for Goodwill Message. They are the latest bride when it comes to collaboration. As the convener said, that they are joining for the first time. But believe me, if you're first 3, you are an MVP. Is it not so? When you count up to 1, 2, 3. And so at least you did not wait till it was 5, 6, 7 years. The first 3 and you are here, so we appreciate you. He is representing the interim administrator of the Presidential Amnesty Program. He's the head of reintegration, Wilfred Musa. A round of applause for him, please.
Good afternoon, Niger Delta. I bring us very special greetings from the Chief Executive of the Amnesty Program, Major General Barry Indium, retired. He'd have been here with us today, but he has other similarly important dealings. But we bear his word and his charge. I am very excited being in this room, and I am extremely challenged by what the organizers of this event has done over time. It is no mean feat. Every Nigerian understands how unique we are as a people, as a nation, as a region. I sat there and I listened to my good friend Moses speak about the reason why he decided to do this. And I asked myself, why? Why bother? You have a business thriving. You can feed your family, wear good clothes, take a holiday anytime, 2 or 3 times a year. You can effectively cater to your nucleus space and be all right. Go to church and give offering every Sunday. It's not a big deal. Live a low-key life and be happy. But that wasn't enough, and for one man. He was restless in the midst of that comfort. And until he subscribed to that clarion call to step beyond himself Because there is a height in life you will never attain until you begin to give, until you pay it forward. There are dimensions and there are realms in life you would never enjoy until you live above ordinary. Until the extra meets the ordinary and becomes extraordinary. And because he heed that call is why we're here today. Third time in the series. As an office, as the PAP, we are extremely proud. How be it late, but it's when you wake up that it's your morning. And we're happy to be associated with this event. And I assure you, this might be our first time having this romance with you. I assure you it will not be the last. There is a global awakening. I have looked at that topic beyond oil. In the last 1 week plus, after we received the notice, extraordinary. It's so timely. It's a global reality. It's beyond the Niger Delta issues. Beyond oil, what are the opportunities? What are the next take-ons? Young business leaders in this room, I want you to understand that you are all members of a global village. You must realize that and begin to think in that stead. Step out of that local limitation. There's a global awareness about food and starvation and the scarcity of same. It has given rise to the need to expand the conversation about food security. I'm so happy about, and the lady who gave the lecture on agriculture initiatives and innovation. No matter how hungry you are, you cannot drink that oil. If you put that oil on the burner and you stir it, you would not be able to feed off it instantly. It's not food. The war of Russia on Ukraine has thrown up new realities. There is scarcity of grains. There is scarcity of starch globally now. And we have cassava plantations all over the region. Ibidibiri in Sapama in Bayelsa State, there is a factory there about to disrupt the system, mopping up all the cassava from the region all the way to Osun State down to Lokoja. Very soon, the likes of Nigerian breweries and all those in the beer brewing industry will begin to look for starch. Are you aware? Do you have awareness about these new realities? Are you aware that a global shift affects you and I at this end? We must heighten awareness and then assume the right position to take advantage. In the PAP, this is how we're thinking right now. Our mandate puts us on the steering wheel to manage the destinies of thousands of youths. And we have decided to begin to reason outside the box. We must understand the times and take advantage properly. We must map out opportunities, profile the sectors. We must be in a space where we're able to adequately predict the future. We must innovate. We must remind our delegates that there is virtue in adversity. There is virtue in resilience. Good things don't come cheap. There is the notion about the region out there, and we must all agree, join effort, alter that narrative. Aren't you bothered that Aliko Dangote took the refinery to Lagos? Aren't you worried? Aren't you asking questions? Have you asked yourself why? You pipe the crude from the region and then you take it all the way to the west. You spend more money. Has anybody asked himself why? What are we doing about it? What is our demeanor? How have we agreed to work as one unit and to alter that narrative? As young business owners, you must understand that beyond innovation, beyond collaboration, beyond networking, beyond access to funds, beyond loans and grants, beyond high levels lobbying you for access here and there, you have a role to play. You must embrace discipline. You must embrace mentoring. You must understand that good things don't come easy. You must understand that for every height you want to attain, there's a price to pay. You must be aware and be willing to play your role if anybody's going to take you seriously. Mr. Moses gave us a hint about his story. Did that sink in? Do you think that he got where he is today because he was lobbied? He was imposed on the system? No. He paid the price. He must have paid the price. So every young leader in this room and at home watching us via the digital access points, you must be ready and be willing to pay the price. You must embrace discipline. Skill without character is useless. You must be worthy in skill and in character. There must be a marriage of both. Worthiness in skill and in character. If you are to get there. So, I want to charge you today that if you keep a calm head, if you subscribe to mentoring, if you associate with the wise, if you banish the garden of fools, if you rise above entitlement mentality, the sky will be too near to be your limit. Everybody stands a chance. Everybody is a story in the making. And I assure you that on this note, on this path, on this day, under this extraordinary atmosphere, where there is virtue, as you pay attention, as you decide, as you resolve, as you open your heart and you open your mind, you will achieve. Once again, I'd like to extraordinarily commend the organizers of this event. What you're doing is a selfless service. And I believe that we'll get to a point where this event will be bigger and more profound than what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All through his remarks, he gave me food for thought. Wilfred Musa, Head of Reintegration of the Presidential Amnesty Program. He is, of course, representing the Interim Administrator, General Barry Ndiomu. There's something that I got while you were speaking, and that is the fact that you might not be aware of what is happening globally. You might not be aware of crisis, whether in the food or agricultural sector or any other part of the global economy. The fact that you're not aware doesn't mean it will not affect you. You might not be aware, but you'll definitely be affected. Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him again. Thank you. And just before I call the Akwa Ibom State Council for Arts and Culture to perform, very talented set of people, I would like to inform us again that the NDDC has commenced the registration of youths and women between the ages of 18 and 45 in the Niger Delta for the purpose of skills acquisition and employment. The link will be on the screen. I believe, yeah, that's the link. So please, you can join and indicate your interest. And now, with a warm round of applause, let's receive the Akwa Ibom State Council for Arts and Culture. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Akwa Ibom State Council for Arts and Culture. Very dexterous performance. Thank you. Very energetic set. I would like to inform us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that the exhibitors outside, all those who have exhibition stands outside, have been given a flat rate of 50,000 naira each for their products, so you can go home with free products. Now, this is where I appeal to each and every one of us. Instead of one person going and taking all the products, everyone, please pick just one product. That way it goes round. If you go to an exhibitor, pick just one product so another person can get another product. That way, all the exhibitors can exhaust the 50,000 that is made available to each of them, and then there is no one leaving without a free product from the organization. Please, I believe they deserve a round of applause again. Thank you so much. And now we're moving to our panel discussions. This is one time you need to pay close attention. It will be an interactive one, a very robust one. After the panel discussions, we'll have the question and answers. Remember, you should have your pen and your paper handy to take down the notes you need and the questions you need to ask. And so I'd like to invite our moderator for the first panel session. She's the CEO of Gable Multimedia, Mrs. Methlin William Awana. Please, a round of applause for our moderator as she comes. Yes, you can take whichever one is easy for you. And our panelists, Great Ogbanu Seitu, Leaders Den Foundation. A round of applause for our panelists. Aniebet Anita, CEO Antia Farms. Do we have the CEO Antia Farms here? Aibakro Zia, CEO Zal Group, please. Yeah. All right, Zal Group, the CEO, thank you. Please, we'll need you to move this way. Thank you. Can we have the handheld microphones, please? Okay, they all have. The moderator, we need a microphone for the moderator. Thank you. Yeah. All right, moderator, ma'am, over to you. Please, we need you to move closer to her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here as the anchor for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to host a session on building entrepreneurship competitiveness in an emerging economy. But I will not even go further. And meanwhile, my name is Methlin Awana, but I wouldn't go further without recognizing and saying that we should all rise for the star youth for today, Mr. Moses Siasia, for all that he's done. Please rise. Yes, he's saying he doesn't want it, but it's something to really pretty much accolade. Great selflessness we've seen here. Thank you very much as we go into the session. I need some volume on the mic. Thank you very much. Right here we have the Zal Group CEO and also the Leaders Den Foundation CEO. We also have Antia's Farm on this conversation, and we'll be getting an exposition on how to build this culture across various sectors of the economy. Very clearly, we can see that we have moved from the era of agricultural revolution to what we have as the industrial revolution. And then we've seen that era where we had manufacturing and production as the bane of the framework of the economy. We've also seen where we have transited to a stage where we can say is an era of technology. And then we also pretty much can define another 1990s social media age, the era of social media. And someone who might think that today, right now, there's actually the era of social media, but that's not the truth. It's been like since 1990s, and we see the transitioning into what we have today as the entrepreneurial revolution. Will you agree with me that in today's economy, you see lots of people that want to do businesses? Will you agree with that? So this is that era, and you might think that it's not that era, but we are closely creeping into it. In the average Nigerian culture, we see that lots of people want to do business. They want to be able to do stuff, wake up and, bring a solution and bring to bear a solution. And that is an amazing concept. But we will not leave out the fact that there are factors that have been able to redefine this particular era: culture, technology, and of course, infrastructure, without leaving leadership out of all of that focus. Because where there is political will and of course the people will, all of that comes together and that becomes a focus of discourse. But we'll get right into that conversation. Now, why it is important that we understand that today is that era of entrepreneurial revolution is the fact that we have to be able to take this as a new way and a new wave to be able to take charge of the conversation from the Niger Delta to across Africa. We have seen transdisciplinarity set up across, different, industries. We can say today that the average creative person, creative industry guy, would say, oh, who are these people saying Zazu, for an example? And you don't even know that content curation and content marketing and, of course, production has become the bane of the industry. So we don't even care if you are a talented individual anymore. We just care that you make a lot of content and we're able to feed, for an example. And so that becomes a new culture and a new shift, right? And so now we have to understand that we are in that era and what we do matters. From awareness to capacity building to where we are today, it's really, really matters. And so we have great guys who have done that against institutional voids. They haven't cared about the concerns around Africa of brand trust, financial regulations that have not been framed in a particular way, access to finance that is a concern across MSMEs, that we know. And of course, a lot of problems that we see. Power is a problem in Nigeria and several other, problems that we all know, we can, averagely identify with, not even leaving out capacity building as a concern. So right now, we're going to have to ask, I'm going to start with Leaders Den Foundation CEO, who's going to give us an exposition on what he's been doing all the way in Cross River State, how you were able to put that together. Clearly, Mo Ibrahim, when he started his revolution in technology in Africa, he thought that technology was the bane, it was a concern. But after everything, he decided to, launch Mo Ibrahim Leadership, prize, for an example. So leadership is a focus and is a concern. And so we'd like to ask Leadership Den CEO how he's able to put all that together, drive, leadership focus for the entrepreneurs just where he is right there in Cross River State. And right when you're done, you get right down into access to finance. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the convener. I call him my boss and mentor. The first time I came in contact with him was via social media. So that's the question yourself. I don't know what to do with your social media. I've been talking to this lady as my colleague in Agribusiness for the past 3 years, and we've never seen. We're just seeing each other today for the first time. But we have shared many ideas, implemented many projects. While I was AC in Cross River, she was AC in Agribusiness, and we've never met. So the question is, I don't know what you do with your phones. Like she said, it's all encompassing. There's the social media era, the industrial revolution, and what have you. Every tool is a platform for explosion. Thank you so much, sir, for what you're doing. Thank you for the great impact. I just sat here and I was thinking to myself, a while ago when you were 35, you wanted to be governor of Bayelsa State. But you didn't know that God would make you the armor bearer of Niger Delta. You are leading an army that in many years to come we will continually be grateful to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moses, sir. God bless you. Please put your hands together for him. The topic resonates with the reality in Cross River. Yeah, Cross River State is in the Niger Delta region, but at some point we lost our oil. It was ceded to our people here. So the reality that we're talking about, we're already facing it there. But what happened? Our governor then, Senator Lieli Moke, knew that the only way out for us to survive as a civil service state was to drag the then CBN South-South Entrepreneurship Development Center to Cross River. Cross River State became the host community of that project. And that's how we were able to keep the economy of Cross River State moving beyond oil. So Cross River State is a case study of what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And the CBN Entrepreneurship Development Center was saddled with the responsibility of training aspiring entrepreneurs, mentoring them, facilitating access to finance, giving platform for product exposure, like the trade fair and what have you. And at that program, I was one of the team leads at that program, and we were able to engage across the zone over 30,000 entrepreneurs. It's in that program that I realized that our core challenge as entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs is not money. It's a core factor, but money is not the core challenge. It's a mindset reorientation. Mindset reorientation. Even when we had our challenges of access to finance, those who were able to renew their mind were able to raise funds and build a sustainable business. We had people who migrated from independent to breadwinners in their families. And that is still ongoing. So in the course of working there as a staff, I identified a few challenges, which is what entrepreneurship is all about. Seeing a gap and filling it up. Seeing a challenge and providing solution. Like our keynote speaker said, you have to become a problem solver. Now, you cannot solve that problem with the same mindset that created it. So events like this gives you a superior mind for solutions to problems like that. So I identified a few problems and said, okay, access to finance was a major problem. There. Networking session and mentoring session was a major problem. Creating platforms like this where we can listen to people who have done it and be inspired was a major problem. That's what gave birth to Leaders Then Foundation in 2014. So next year will make us 10 years. Now that foundation has survived in Cross River State solely by her passion. We have engaged as many as possible. At some points where we knew that motivation was down, we introduced the Spirit of Enterprise activities, where we have the Spirit of Enterprise Awards. It's like the most coveted or sought after awards in Cross River State right now. Every year, 50 entrepreneurs are selected from 10 sectors, and we have people to vote who is the best, who created the highest impact. People are always looking forward to it. We also have an academy where we pass them through. We try to have them unlearn or relearn what they started with. Like I said, for you to move forward, you need to have a superior argument, you need to have a superior knowledge. So that's what we've been engaging with. And in one of our activities, I was looking for a keynote speaker for that year. And the Spirit led me to Mr. Moses Sasha due to what he's been doing over the years. I've followed him for as long as 10 to 15 years. But as God will have it, he has the power to identify value and content. When we got talking, he just said to me, I'll come, do me a later. I did me later, I bought his flight ticket, I booked his hotel, but he flew in without using any of those provisions, just to come and support me. He was even surprised that I had made provisions for that. That's because of the passion that he has for MSME, prolification and development in our region. Please, let's put our hands
Thank you very
together.
much. Thank you very much, Leaders Den Foundation CEO. Great job. It's very interesting to note that entrepreneurship is the lifeblood of a society. And where we can do nothing about it, we are actually going to be leaving ourselves to whatever. Human capital remains the very thing that will scale the development of the society forward, not the government, please. And you've got to understand that at this point in time. Civil organizations, several people have tried, but it will matter that one person like Elon Musk would take up that banner to be able to, reverse space tourism. And today we have Virgin Galactic going very global with that engagement they are doing right there. Amazing stuff. But it took one man that decided to say, I don't want us to do the things we do currently in the U.S. Parliament, the way we've been doing. We want to be able to take it a notch higher. And he was able to fly the first commercial flight to space. And today we also have the first commercial flight by Virgin Galactic, right there picking people. I mean, that's a big idea. Someone would never have believed that getting to zero gravity and just entering that should be space tourism, right? Isn't it? Would you fly for a moment and say you just want to have zero gravity? Would you do that? So it's a funny, crazy idea, but today we see that it's a reality. And over 200,000 people have paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's an amazing concept. But it was one person's big idea. Again, when we look at the media sector, for an example, we want to look at certain things that we have also seen before we go right to Antioch's farm. We see that somebody's big idea of saying that news can be, monetized is an amazing concept. How did we get to the point of saying that news can be money? The person who's talking about the news is money. The person writing the news, the person streaming the news, the person in the radio box can, be in that radio box. And then we get to love the person doing midnight showers in the night. And then we tune in and all of that. That's the proliferation of how crazy an idea can go. And that's amazing stuff out right there. So right here we have great entrepreneurs who have done a whole lot. Antioch's farm is big on what he's doing. Just before we started this conversation, we saw the keynote speaker. That was an amazing stuff. That's an amazing stuff you're doing. Great job, great job right there. It took a lot of resilience, like you said, a lot of anti-fragility, a lot of consistency and all of that, to pull that together. Now, going back to Antioch's farm. We've heard a lot from you, Antioch's Farms, but I think you need to tell us how you were able to amass the hectareage that you have right now without government funding, without anyone coming to support you. That big idea, that crazy wild idea that you had that was able to, that made you able to achieve that. I think that lots of entrepreneurs right here will want to know exactly how to go about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank Mrs. Yasia because last year I was privileged to be in Asaba, and the organization gave me 500,000 naira grant to inject in my business, and it was so helpful to me. Like I always say, I represent a profession that gives credence to all professions, which is agriculture. If you doubt it, stay for a month without eating if you be able to practice your profession. So it means agriculture gives credence to all professions. No matter who you are, no matter your profession, you will need food. You will need food. So I started Antioch's farm on one plot of land, just myself and my wife. So we started, then I have great passion for agriculture, but I was being limited by funding. Not until the COVID-19 period, which I applied, and I was given 425,000 naira from the COVID-19 loan. So we took that, I went into farming. My first period, because I did not have a mentor, I did not have any experience, I failed. After failing, I braced up again, picked it again, I went in again, and I started making profit, I started moving. So within about a year plus, I was able to move from one plot of land to 4 hectares of land. I was able to move to 4 hectares of land.
Round of applause.
So I was able to expand through people coming to invest in my business. At the same time, during about 2001 or so, I had a very big disaster in my business due to natural disaster. So I was able to lose investment worth 9 million naira. So after losing that investment, I couldn't stop because I believe in every profession there are both positive and negative side of it.
Aircraft, we are having auto crash everywhere, but people don't stop flying the aircraft. So why should I stop farming because I have a experience? Let me say I failed. So I embrace the challenge again and move up. And today I'm still running with a vision to cultivate those crops that people think and believe that they cannot grow on the south soil. Yeah, which is fresh tomato, onions, cucumber, watermelon, all of them is what I've been planting. And by God's grace, God has been so mindful of us. We have been making so much profit from it. So that is how we started, and that is where we are today.
Great job. Please, a round of applause for him. That's a lot of anti-fragility, resilience, and commitment to passion. As we begin to get into this conversation, we'd like to beam a focus on the fact that these entrepreneurs seated here have taken up that charge in this era of entrepreneurial revolution to be able to solve a problem, be able to take charge against institutional voids. Now, when we consider the infrastructural landscape of the financial framework of this country, then we know and we agree that when you look from the CBN and then you go right down to your state government, the allocations, the agencies, then you know that access to finance is a problem. You look at SEC, there's a problem. You look at financial regulation, there's a problem. You look at policies, there's a problem. But how do you now scale off these institutional voids? ZAL Group.
Oh, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. First of all, let me appreciate my big brother and friend, Moses Yasia. We've been on this journey for a very long time. Thank you, and thank you. And I also want to appreciate Mr. Musa Wilfred, the head of reintegration of PAP. I think you spoke to the essence of why we are here. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. For me, if the event has ended after your comment, after your speech, that would have been awesome because you did justice to why we're in this place. And I'm going to just strengthen that fact to talk to us as young people when it concerns changing the narrative, looking beyond oil, overcoming institutional barriers, and all this stuff. 2 weeks ago precisely, I think less than 2 weeks, former governor of Cross River State did, that's the Bridge Foundation, had a conversation in Calabar. And I was privileged to speak in that event to talk to young people, over 5,000 young people. And one of the things I said, and I'm going to reiterate it here, based on what my big brother and Mr. Musa have laid as a template for us to follow, is that for us as young people, for us to succeed in whichever vocation we choose is entirely our personal responsibility. Mr. Wilfred said something that's very awesome. If we could take away the entitlement mentality, we will start doing things differently. The day we understand that nobody owes us anything, nobody owes you anything. Let me reiterate on that with my personal experience. After the flood last year, at least my sister is there. Every one of us, we understand that. We lost over 4,000 laying beds at their prime. I wish those videos were up. Over 4,000 laying beds at their prime. You can do the calculation for yourself. You know how much that runs into. I didn't write to Ministry of Agric to say that we've lost bed. Can you help us? Myself and my team, we sat down and we started looking at, okay, what can we do differently? Let me say this. If you fail, it's your responsibility. If you succeed, it's your responsibility. You will not share the profit with anybody when you make money. So take responsibility for your life. Things will be different. I'm saying this to say that we live in an environment that the things we need to succeed is not readily available. Let's get that. Let's be conscious of that. The government is not giving us the things that we need to strive as young entrepreneurs. When you go for CAC to register your company, without doing anything, they will tell you that come and pay tax. Am I communicating?
Yes.
You don't have any, you've not done anything, you don't have money. Why are they taxing you? You cannot justify that. They will tell you that for you to have company papers, you have to do BPP, you have to do this. I'm giving you practical things that you need to understand. All these odds are working against us as young people. It's called institutional barriers. However, what will take us through that space is when we understand that nobody fights a war against any economy, against any people, except there is value inside of that place. We are all valuable as young people. We have the ability to survive. That's why we are young people. We have strength. So I say that to say this. Irrespective of the barriers, if you're conscious and if you are aware, like Mr. Musa said, and like Moses also said it, if you're aware of your environment, then you're deliberate about the investments you're making in yourself, like Ibobere said. Deliberate investment in yourself. The challenge with young people, including me, is that we spend much of our time pursuing things that will not add value to us, but we feel that it makes us relevant in the society. We feel that we are contributing our voices. We feel that we need to be heard. I would prefer to spend my time looking at the pepper and the onions and the tomatoes, whether they are being attacked by one disease or that I will spend my time to do that, than to start analyzing government policy when I know that I don't have power to control it. What do you have control over as a young person seeking entrepreneurship, seeking doing business? That is what you should focus your energy on. Build on it deliberately. I also said this in Calabar. I'm going to reiterate this. Please, entrepreneurship is not as sweet as they are pointing it out. Just get it clear.
Yes.
It's not as sweet as they are telling you. Yes. It's not as sweet. Choose the suffer you will suffer in entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, let me round up that thought. I said that with all sense of responsibility. If you choose to do nothing to move your life forward, you will suffer. If you choose to move your life forward with entrepreneurship, you will suffer. Choose your suffer.
Thank you very much. Very clearly, we got like 11 minutes more on this conversation, and we'll be going right deep into an insight. The first man who looked at the moon, so, I mean, when we decided to go there, they saw the moon, the star, and it's just a basic thing. The other one, as we transit, as we had a transition into different dimensions of what we have today as NASA and space engagement, we saw the telescopes, the Webb's telescopes, and of course, they were able to beam us a clear focus of what we have today. And so in their eyes, we're going to see Niger Delta, a new Niger Delta in these different sectors that they command: leadership, agri sector, and ZAL Group, what you do. We're going to ask them very particular questions concerning that. What we're going to have to use their eyes right now and beam that focus and see the future of not just this aggregator that we have today that will make for not just capacity building, grants, engagement, and all of that, but the future of these industries that they command. Entrepreneurship is the lifeblood of the society, as I earlier said, and entrepreneurship is an organized search for change. It's about someone deciding to look at a certain sector of the economy to say, I don't like the way we are pushing waste just around here. Can we turn it to wealth? I don't like the way we go about doing the things we do. Can we have crowdfunding? Can we have crowdfunding even when we have issues around SEC and the financial regulations that border around that? When we look at different sectors like power sector that continues to maim that entrepreneurship framework of the country, can we bring about solar and alternative energy sources, for an example? Can we begin to have alternative solutions to what we're seeing as problems? Because like he said, we can't even begin to depend on government. Government in, government out. How much allocation goes to them? How much do they have in return? To be able to appropriate funding for every other thing. But we have massive land, like our speaker said earlier. What do we farm? How do we see these different sectors in our telescope? And how do we take it from here and then turn the Niger Delta across a 360-degree framework? Now, before we get into that, let us not forget what happened in the first world engagement that we had some time back in history, where we had Egypt decide to drive commodity exchange for Rome, as it were. That was very amazing. Rome couldn't do anything without Egypt. That was based on the fact that there was a cultural framework. They do a lot of incense, they do a lot of this. So who are the people funding these things? Who are the people feeding these things? It was Egypt doing that outrightly. Can we go against the barriers of the ties of this our region and begin to do commodity exchange even from this aggregator? So we want to see from your telescope right now what agri looks like from this framework going forward.
Let me say, this my sir said earlier, that oil is drying up. But let me say that agriculture is a future and the future is now. I have trained so many
Agriculture
people.
is the future and the future is now.
Yeah, the future is now. So if in agriculture, any youth that want to venture into agriculture must consider first two things. Number one, you must have passion.
Passion.
For agriculture. Number two, you must have a mentor.
Mentor.
Without passion, you will not succeed. Assuming I did not have passion for agriculture, when that incident happened, I would have run away from farming. But because I have very great passion and zeal for agriculture, I'm still here today. I will still remain
And
here.
you saw the big picture. Tell us about that big picture. We want to use your telescope.
While I was growing up, I used to hear about Uncle Ben's. I didn't know it was someone named.
Wow.
Once I want to go and buy rice, I would say I need Uncle Ben's. I didn't know it's someone named that started planting rice.
Yeah.
Until when I started doing some research, I discovered that it's someone named that started planting rice, then export the rice to every part of the world. Then I look at myself, I said, I'm going to be the Uncle Ben's of this generation.
Absolutely. That's it. That's it.
So that is a picture that I'm going to be the Uncle Ben's of this generation, that I want to cultivate. Very soon that every branch, Antia's farm will have branch in all the states in Nigeria. That
Great
once
job.
we harvest today, that state will have the produce immediately. Not like they will harvest tomato in the north today. It will take like a week before you get to Bayelsa. You will get like a week plus before you get to Akwa Ibom State. So that is a picture I saw, which I'm trying to accomplish that mission, to cultivate and meet the demands of our people.
It's talking about access to market, logistics, commodity exchange, and we see a big picture from what you do. Thank you very much, Antia's Farm. We go right to Leaders Then Foundation. Leadership is a problem in Africa. Across Nigeria, we know that the concerns are there. We all know the problem. If you sit on a board of any federal government, any board, you actually appreciate that they actually know what they're supposed to do. Do we agree with that? You understand? They know. But where the concern is implementation, political will, and leadership, as it were. How to implement, So how do you think, can we see from your telescope, from here, from where we are, how can we drive this as a people, not as government, but as each and every person, as an individual? If you sit where you are and do what you do and lead the way you need to lead, we're going to drive a revolution. And so that's what we need to see from your telescope, Leaders Then CEO.
Okay, so I feel three things we need to do. Number one is specialization.
Specialization.
So as you live here, make up your mind that you'll be known for something.
Right.
Somebody said, work on something so hard until it becomes your name. So like he said, that he had Uncle Ben's. That was his motivation. So what will be your motivation? If you mention Michael Jordan, he's known for something. Oprah Winfrey, she's known for something. Messi is known for something. So ask yourself, if your name is called somewhere, what are you known for? So as you live here, that should be your focus. Number one, specialization. The next thing you should look at is competence. developing yourself, like she said. In that skill that you've discovered that you want to specialize in, you will need to invest a whole lot in yourself. You will need to expose yourself to give it the oxygen that it needs for that expansion, for that growth, and what have you. So competence. Then to add to what the director said during his Goodwill message, he made mention of competence, and he made mention. Spent a lot of time, and she was in a hurry. And she kept saying, "Where is the driver?" I said, "Driver is around. Driver is around. Just wait. We're waiting for the bus to get filled up, After like 1 hour later, the driver came to the car and was dragging and was drunk. Entered the car. She became worried. "Is this the driver?" He said, "Yes, this is the driver." Driver is drunk. "Driver, are you sure you can carry us?" I said, "Oh, don't worry. I've been doing this for over 20 years. You'll be in Nasarawa in the next 1 hour. Will you join that vehicle?" So the lady came out and went to another bus. As she entered the bus, the driver was seated in the car. The driver was playing a message by one of your pastor. In fact, he was even speaking in tongues and confessing. When the bus got filled, the driver tried to start the car. The car jerked. "Okay, what's wrong? How long have you been driving?" "I just started driving last month." Would you join that vehicle? What is missing? The other one had competency, had skill, but no character. This one has character, but no skill. So you need to have these two things as you move on for your progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zal Group CEO. Go ahead.
Thank you for that illustration. What I will add to the big picture is pretty simple. Something must motivate you as a man. You should be guided, or you should be living. I think Socrates says a man that does not, because that's not worth living, is not worth living. I can't remember those days in political science now. An unexamined life is not worth living. Please, Unica, pardon me. I left you guys several years ago looking for farm work now. So I'm saying this to say that you cannot be better than the future you create for yourself. It's practically impossible. I sat down in Hall 5, room 131 in University of Calabar. I studied political science. But I knew at my penultimate year that if I leave Unical, I might not find a job. Out of over 100 of us in a class, I've looked at the persons, the set that graduated before us. At every graduation, when people are celebrating and writing their names on their shirts, this was a recent thing. Then they were not writing names in shirts. They were pouring water and doing plenty of other stuffs. Now, when I looked at that large number, I started asking myself, can I fit into, will I get something when I leave this place? I sat down, I took a pen, I took a paper, I started creating my future. So I'm telling you, the best way to predict the future is by creating it.
Thank you very much.
I'm coming. When you start writing out the things you want to do and the things you want to, the person you want to become, there are two different things. The things you want to do and the person you want to become. If a 16-year-old child walks into this place and somebody shouts for him, he will cry and run out, or he will do something funny because he's a child. Am I right? If an adult walks into this place and you shout and do certain things, he will respond to it. He will stand pressure. Two things in the same scenario. One has built what he mentioned, character. He has learned over the years. If you grow and if you start making money without having the fundamentals, character, integrity, discipline, consistency that will keep you as an individual, irrespective of how you grow, you fall down. It is predictable. They've told us in the past that nobody knows tomorrow. Is a lie. Is a lie. Is a lie. Is a lie. Let me explain how I knows tomorrow. It's very simple. Just listen. Just listen. That's why I said, can we focus energies on the things we have control over? If you take an F1 seed of tomato, a first generation seed of tomato from Afritopic, for example, and you plant it, and you do everything that you're supposed to do, madam, will you get fruit at the end of the day? Didn't you predict the future? It's as simple as ABCD. The thing is that most times we look at life from the standpoint that we don't have control. Focus on what you have control over. So for me, my parting word would be this. Nothing is impossible. It will be tough, it will be rough, it will be challenging, you will fail, you will make mistake, stand up and do it again. Ultimately, once you're consistent, you will win.
Thank you very much, Zao Group CEO. Great engagement right there. Just before we wrap up with one chant that we're going to do together, we see a great model in Elon Musk who saw the future 16 years before. At the time he started, we had e-commerce as the bane of the industries that we commanded. Of course, you know what happened at the time. But how many $500 have we not had as children? Because that's how it started. And after that, he decided to sell PayPal. You remember PayPal? Okay, so the thing is, I think if I was on the board of PayPal, I would have asked what he was doing selling PayPal at the time. But he was able to get that and get into seeing the future, that space tourism would be the next phase of that industry that we now see Virgin Galactic command. But that was a long journey. It required a lot of crying. Sometimes he would go there, and while they are building that space shuttle, it blows up, and he cried for over 10 years. It was during the pandemic that he became world richest, as it were, because he was able to prefer solutions around that sector. So today we actually have learned that you can reinvent the future. You can see into different industries and begin to reconfigure, knowing that we have the era of entrepreneurial revolution right now in focus, and by the next decade, we will see it full blast across Africa and across the nations that we actually have beamed. Thank you very much, Zao Group CEO, Leaders Den Foundation, and of course, Antia's Farm for being at Telescope today. Before we go, I'd like all of us to chant something very simple that we know. I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard in it, I'll be where I want to be. Our telescope bearers were not saying it. We're about wrapping up. They need to know that part. So let's get them to join us again. Final round. I know I can be what I want to be. If I work hard in it, you can say that. I'll be where I want to be. Thank you very much for having us.
Convener, and of course the representative of the interim administrator and the representative of the MD of NCDC and NDDC, please join them for the group photographs. Thank you. Our keynote speaker, please join them for this set. I believe they didn't have a photograph with you, so let's have you join them for this set. The convener will be in the middle. Thank you. Let's have the representative of the MD of NDDC, let's have you here. Then the keynote speaker. All right. All right, before you go down, the next one, the keynote speaker, please just come towards me. The keynote speaker. Please come towards me. Bimobori, come towards me. Bridge the gap, please. Come towards me. Come closer to me. All right. Let's have this shot. Thank you. And then if we can have the representatives of NDDC and PAP come towards me, please. Let's have just the 5 of them for this one. Thank you. Taken? All right, the moderator and panelists, you can leave. Let's have the 3 of you join the convener, please. They'll take the question and answers. I hope you wrote down your questions and you know who you're directing your answers to. Okay, so we'll just have them come up stage to answer based on your questions. All right, taken. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if you check, you have microphones in the stands. Let's have anyone who has a question by the show of hands, please. Okay, sir, we're having you first. Please move to the microphone closest to you. Sirs, hold on, please. You can put down your hand. When we're done with his question, you can put up your hand. Our panelists, please, if you have your pen and paper, indicate. If you need one, please indicate so we can get to you. That way you can take down the question that is directed at you. All right, sir.
Thank you very much.
Your name, and then your question.
My name is Godwin Udobot.
Please, you need to speak louder.
Okay. My name is Godwin Udobot. I am the CEO of Jowins Technology. My question goes to the keynote speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, we keep talking about agricultural revolution. Very important because we must eat food every day. But we're not talking about agriculture and technology. What I mean is, what are the modalities put in place? What are the modalities put in place for food preservation? Because that is another problem that we are facing in the country. For instance, let's take Mr. Antia farm, for instance. He will produce a lot of tomatoes and the market is not there at the moment. What are the modalities put in place in the area of agricultural technology to preserve his product? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can keep the microphone. We have 2 hands over here. Please move to the microphone. Thank you, sir. Your name and then who you're directing your question at. There's a microphone close to you.
Good afternoon.
You need to be more audible.
My name is Asukwo Edem. My question is directed to the keynote speaker. And mine is, how do you handle issues of pricing? Because we have people doing various businesses, for example, in agriculture that have face issues about pricing, difference in pricing. How do you handle issues like that? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's have another question, please. Thank you. In front. I believe we have 2 more persons behind. Thank you so much for being straight to the point. Your name, your question, and who you're directing it to. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Honorable Joseph Lawrence. I'm the CEO of Jolo Global Services. I have 2 questions to ask briefly. First, I want to know what are the modalities and the modern facilities put in place to assist.
Who are you directing the question to?
The question will be directed, 1, to the keynote speaker and to the organizer, the convener of this program. 1, what are the modern facilities put in place to assist farmers in Niger Delta in the situation of, in spite of the oil spillage that we have that is destroying our lands and that could not allow our crops to grow? Now, number 2, while I was listening.
Who are you directing the second one to?
The second one is to the convener.
Okay.
I was listening to the MD of Mesilio. I was weeping within me. And I asked Mr. Christopher because I've listened to him severally. But he keep doing the same thing every time. And that is, after inspiring us, speaking to us, I will get ready to go along with him. But I want to ask, why is it that every time yearly, amnesty programs and NDDC keep empowering and training and retraining the militancy, instead of focusing on the graduates and for professionals that can be trained in order for them to sharpen their knowledge and help them to grow, rather than training and retraining amnesty ex-militants that are not, some of them are not learned, some of them are not taking the instruction or the skill. Very important. Why do we keep training and retraining ex-militants instead of graduates and professionals that are willing and ready to invest in the future in Niger Delta? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, before we take the next question, I'm not holding brief for the presidential amnesty program, but I believe that when it comes to setting up of organizations, there are clear-cut mandates and delineations. So you do not expect an organization who has a clear-cut mandate to leave its mandate and face the job of another organization. While I was speaking here, I actually said the NDDC had a platform for people between the ages of 18 to 45. And I believe that is for youths and women. Do not assign a duty to an organization that has no business. That is why we have some issues. Overlapping of responsibilities and mandates. If an organization has a mandate, I see no reason why they should usurp the duties of another organization. So your question on PAP doesn't hold water, I'm sorry to say. We have had enough questions for the keynote speaker. The next set of questions should be directed to our panel. If your question is not for our panelists, please put your hands down. If your question is not for the panel session we have now, put your hands down. Okay, it's for the panel, then you can come up. Thank you, sir. Your name, the question, and who you're directing it to on the panel. Thank you.
My name is God Bless Uko. I'm directing my question to the panelists who spoke.
Godwin.
God Bless Uko.
Okay.
I'm directing my question to the panelists who spoke on the agriculture.
Agriculture. We had two.
Yes, there is.
We had the one for plants and we had the one for animal. That's the one this way.
Yes.
Okay, that's Antia. Okay.
I operate palm business, and I have invested in that area for long, from the proceeds from some way. But the challenge I have in my area, it's even with the idea I have, I operate a palm mill and then the plantation. When I invest, I discovered that there are equipment which I'm supposed to use to ease the processing of those mills. I have the idea, I've fenced the place up, but the challenge I have is that the money to bring those equipment there is not there. I've tried my best I linked up with somebody from this thing, there is no way. So the challenge I'm having now, my question is, how do we assess
excuse
grants?
me, please, can we make sure we can hear him?
Okay.
Even though he hasn't gotten to his question, I know the question he's getting at. Access to equipment, funds to get equipment.
Funds to equipment that government can come in, because when you don't have anybody, there are so many persons with idea here, but you don't have people to fund them. That is
all right.
Number one question. The second question I have
is still to the same Antia.
Yes, the same person. How it's mentorship.
Okay.
It's on mentorship. In Nigeria, as we have today, people have ideas, but they cache their idea and die with those ideas. Before you get anything from somebody, you need to spend much to access that. There are so many organizations on mentorship, but when you go to them to seek those knowledge, you can't access them because you don't have that money. So are there organizations that we can easily get into? Or can this organization also help us in terms of ideas? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Godwin. Please, a round of applause for Godwin. Let's encourage him. All right, sir, please, if you can come. Make sure your question is for the just concluded panel, not the keynote speaker. We've had enough for the keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody.
All right.
My name is Emedion Efio. Please,
sorry, can you repeat your name?
My name is Emedion Efio.
Emedion
Efio.
Okay.
I want to ask Mr. Antia's farm. the best season of planting.
Antia?
Yeah.
Okay.
The best season of planting of tomatoes and the rest of the crops.
Best method of?
The seasons.
Best season?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we're taking, if you have a question for Antia, please don't raise your hand again. we have 3 panelists there. Don't direct all the questions at Antia. Thank you.
Hello.
You see your people, they want to bombard you.
Yeah.
You're already at the microphone, so I did not call you to the microphone.
I have to be.
You are exercising the kingdom of God suffer violence and the violent take it by force. All right. All right, go ahead. Your name and then your question.
My name is Obong Joseph. And
Obong.
Yes. What I actually want to talk about is directed to the person I was talking on leadership mostly. I wouldn't know the name.
I think that should be Usetu, yeah.
All right. Now, one thing I want to, based on what we've been asking and we want to move on, please, let me make a little suggestion on this. Could it be possible that we get a Telegram group, most especially for those of us that have attended this seminar? Possibly, we have a lot of us that might have access to certain things for entrepreneurs, access to equipment, access to many other stuff. Then from that group, I think it might be easier for us to later, after here, get to know more on this. It's just a suggestion, might not be a question per se.
Okay, this particular question I think is not to him. I think it's more of like to the convener, if we should have a Telegram group. All right, thank you. Thank you for your question. All right, let's take the lady, please. We've been taking men. Let's take the lady. Your name, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mrs. Ajia Dorothy. My question goes to the lady that talks much about agriculture. AB is something.
That's the keynote speaker.
Yes. AB.
Oh, just go ahead.
Okay. I want to ask, please, how can I know the particular soil structure that can be reached in planting? Because why I'm saying so is that I tried planting corn some times ago, but I discovered that I didn't have the enough seed that I needed. And also, how can I get the quality seeds that will yield crops?
Okay.
And the last, how can I be connected to this exportation business?
See, do not begrudge anyone because that's why we're here. During lunch, you are supposed to be networking, cross-pollinating ideas, exchanging contacts. That is why we're here. Apart from being enriched in knowledge, you are supposed to be networking. If I have the equipment you need, there's no reason why, if we're in the same geographical location, that you shouldn't have access to it. Most of the time, there are times when I wouldn't be using them, so I can give them on lease to you, for you to use too. So I believe that's why we're here. That's why the convener made sure there is lunch. And if you check the program, you might not have it. I have it. There is a time for lunch and networking. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So, ma'am, your question is valid. We're taking just one more question because we have another panel to get to and we have answers. Okay. This is our last question, please.
My name is Blessing Boniface Peter. I really commend the organizers of this program. My question is ideas with...
Who are you directing your question to?
To the panelists.
Okay.
Ideas with the pepper seedlings.
Okay.
With garden eggs. But my challenge is the high cost of chemical for the control of pests. The organizer of this program, Big Brother Siasa, talked about agricultural loans. Please, I want to ask, do we still have loans? And how can one assess it? Is it for for those that knows people, or it's for everybody? Thank you.
This is the kind of question where, after saying my big brother Moses, then he said, do we have loans, or is it for those that know you? All right, I believe he'll be coming up during the time when we have the grant presentation. So we'll leave his own answer for that time so he doesn't come on and off the stage. So all the questions directed to him, don't worry, I wrote it down, I'll remind him. So when he comes up, he'll handle them. But let's have the keynote speaker come up to answer the questions directed at her. And then we have Antia and any other member of that panel who might want to throw more light on it. So please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker. Please come up, ma'am. Use this microphone so it doesn't look like you're sitting alone.
Thank you once again. The first question is agricultural revolution, technology, food preservation. Now, when we talk about fresh vegetable production, it's a whole big deal entirely, different from the cash crops or the other grains we talk about, like having dry maize and you have better storage and all. Fresh market production is like harvesting cucumbers or bell peppers or tomatoes, and you can't, if you don't sell it out within a week, then it's a mess. But there's a solution to it, which could be cold storage or dry processing. We have chili pepper powder in our farmers market we sell, grown by our farm, processed by our farm. So if you have the powder, which is a very high dollar value crop, chili powder, that you've already preserved. Then when it comes to cold storage, it's always very expensive, but there are still local means. That's why I said knowledge investment. If you don't study, if you don't ask, you won't get it. I visited a farm in Florida where they have a house, a muddy house, local muddy house built, and there's a way they put it together that keeps it so cold for their fresh vegetables. And then there's also this place in the US, the local people are called the Amish communities. They don't believe in technology, meaning whatsoever they do in their farming system is local. So they also have this local means. It's innovation, using the appropriate technology to get what you want. They have local means of preserving this. Like I said, invest in knowledge, learn and know how best you can store. When it comes to big investment of cold storage system, the government can as well be involved in building cold storage system where these farmers have access to. That if a farmer produces, it can easily be picked up by a cold storage truck and taken to a fresh market. Because the moment a crop or a harvest, the fruit is being plucked from the plant, the parent plant, then the clock starts ticking, meaning it will start using the stored energy to breathe and start shrinking because it's losing energy. Then waste happens. So the government can as well help to solve that for the big cold storage system. The next question is issues on pricing. Pricing is being controlled majorly by cost of production. So first you want to be sure. I know most farmers will just go into production without even calculating. If I put in A, or if I put 1 + 1, will it give me 2? They just grow. Farming, there is money in farming. Let me just plant. Let me put in, and you hit the rock bottom and something happens to you. People shouldn't just look at me because I'm wearing the white blazers and looking all nice and fine. Like my brother, Mr. Zia, said, choose your sofa. There is sofa in it. You need to see me out of this I can say I have more than 6 farm boots I wear to the field. We're putting on my stockings, and that's why you look at me like I don't farm, because I also protect myself. So you have to do the hard work, but protect yourself. You have to suffer or choose the suffer you want to suffer. Which means you need to do the economics of production. The financial people will call it EOP. How can you go into production and you've not done EOP? And you failed because you put in so much money without you knowing what your neighbor is putting into his field. And you take it to the same market. Abokima will go and sell tomato in the same market. You too, you with your package family, you want to go and sell in the same market and expect your price to be higher than Aboki and expect people to buy from you. No. You need to think, what am I putting in my field? Have I put in too much? Stay strictly to plan. Stay strictly to your EOP and the math you've calculated. Then you can be able to control price. Because every businessman or woman wants to control price. And in controlling price, you need to put down your cost of production. Then you can control price. Because if we are talking about food security and you feel you've spent money and you want to go and stock the market, even the consumers are human beings. So you want to make sure that you are taking products to the market that is affordable, accessible, and also nutritious to the people, which is food security. Then talking about what are the modalities put in place to help farmers in the Niger Delta whose crops have been destroyed by oil spillage. I'm here to talk about agriculture. I'm not an oil and gas company, so I can't say anything about oil spillage, but I believe when there are programs that involve the oil and gas sector, they will say something about that. But like I said, we shouldn't have these, we should take off the mindset of being entitled that the oil and gas companies also hold or something. That's where we can also have major problem. Let's ignore and not feel that we are entitled, because they will do, it's more like these days we see a lot of things happening on the internet, and even if you shout and go and insult people on the internet, there's little to nothing you can do. So just within yourself, create a change and do what you can do. And try to keep up the statements that will continually be on the platform or the internet until one day maybe the oil and gas companies will also look into, which I know that some companies like Agip are doing the Green River Project and a lot of agricultural programs trying to engage people in agriculture and solve issues. Like I said, I'm not in place to talk more on that. Soil structure. How will you know the soil structure and seed? Afritropic is a seed company in Nigeria, by Nigerians, in Nigeria, for Nigerians. As a plant scientist, I can say I've gotten to the end circle globally in breeders circles where we've discussed. And for the fact that I have passion for agriculture, I've always selected seeds that will work for my people. If it doesn't work for me in my field, then it can't be out for other farmers to grow. So you can talk to my team on that, on seeds. And then on soil structure. Unfortunately, we don't have soil labs around, especially in the Niger Delta region. Because by right, before growing a crop, you're supposed to know your soil profile on what is in the soil. So we hope that the government as well look into that, or individuals can take that as an investment opportunity and invest in soil labs that will support farmers. Thank you. Meanwhile, you can just feed your soil with organic compost since you don't have an idea. Feed the crop that feeds you. At least you eat once in a day. So why not feed your soil, feed the crop, because the crop also feeds you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If we can, before I invite Antia, I would like to, the following persons, if I call your name, just wave by a show of hand so we can appreciate your presence here. Ben Siloko, please, just wave so we appreciate your presence here. All right, let it be higher a bit, like wave. Praise the Lord. Thank you. All right, if we have a Jovo Gene Igolo Juliet, please wave, please wave. Okay, Juliet. All right, Utibe Aqua, please wave, thank you very much. Then Berenice Barasima, please, if you can wave, thank you so much. Omoyi Mary Ani, please wave. Omoyi Mary Ani. Okay, she's outside. All right. Thank you so much. Let's have Antia, please. Antia, if you can come up and answer your questions in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. God Bless talked about palm fruit business. Sorry, I will not be able to answer that. My area is crop production, which is short-term crop, tomato, cucumber, watermelon, pepper. Whatever question you have in those particular areas, you can ask me. You talked about mentorship, that people pay so much money to get mentored. Yes, it is very right. You have to pay for what you want. If you have your phone, before you make a call, you recharge your phone before you can make a call. Then if you are so serious about being mentored, then you should pay for it. You should pay for it. Another person, Emedion, talked about ask me best season for planting of tomato. Let me tell you, there's no season for any crops. People, planting season is artificial. It's man-made. Whenever you are ready to plant, you are ready to plant. And once you plant, you harvest. You take care of your crop, you harvest. But a crop like tomato, if you ask me best time to plant it, the best period for tomato is dry season because you will not have troubles. But in rainy season, you have a lot of pests coming to attack your crop, fungal. But every season, whenever you are ready to plant. And whenever you plant, you treat your soil with poultry manure, like my keynote speaker have said. With fertilizer, you manage your crop very well, you have your best yield. Someone talked about food preservation, that I will have harvest, I will have my crops, I will not be able to sell them off. No, I've never experienced that. Even though I have 500 baskets of tomato, I have 2 off-takers that will off-take them to the market. My duty is to plant, and I have off-takers. They move into my farm, off-take the crop, they go and sell to those people that will sell to final consumers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Antia. You know, when I heard that question about tomato, I was even wondering if there is actually excess. You know, at one point, tomato became the new gold. And people started looking for alternative means of making stew without tomatoes. That was how scarce it was. So, guys, that's a gold mine there. Thank you. Okay, because of time, we're not taking any more answers. I believe we have handled most of those questions. So we're moving to the next panel. I would like to constitute the panel. I'll invite first the moderator, Prince Ikemini Udo. Please put your hands together for him as he comes, a man who himself believes in driving the narrative when it comes to SMEs. He has actually helped several businesses grow by mentoring them. Please, you can sit in the middle. Thank you. If we can have one more chair up here. I'd like to invite the CEO of Payfax, Ben Siloko, please. A round of applause for him. Also to join them is the CEO of Uti Trains Enterprises, Utube Aqua. Please, a round of applause for her. Let's have the founder of Gigs Development in Port Harcourt, Bereni Feberesima. Please, a round of applause for him as it comes. And then last but by no means the least, Omoyi Mary Annie. Please, a round of applause. If anyone knows where she is right now, please get her to come into the hall and join the panelists. We'll have one more chair for her when she joins them up here on stage. Since her name has been called, when she comes to just join them quietly. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to start my session by asking that we please rise. I'm going to distort things a little bit. Today is actually the International Youth Day, and I'd like us to take it one step further. If you have a touch, just help me turn on the touch on your phone. Just help me turn it up and lift it up together. Just help me turn it up, lift it up together. So we're going to do this affirmation together. We're going to do this affirmation together. It would have been more beautiful, sir, if the... All right, thank you. So we're going to say it together. You just repeat after me. First, I am great. I am successful. I believe in the Niger Delta. I believe in the potentials in the Niger Delta. I believe in the people of the Niger Delta. I believe in the possibilities in the Niger Delta. I am light. I will light my world. I will light the Niger Delta region. I will shine my light to the rest of the world. I will not just ask what the Niger Delta can do for me. I would also ask what I can do for the Niger Delta. So help me God. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Okay. So first, I want to thank the convener of this interesting initiative, the chairman of Mosilo Group and the president of the Niger Delta Young Professionals. I also want to thank the entire sponsors, and I want to crave the indulgence of every other person here. Please help me. Let's make this more fast, more interesting. There's something called edutainment. That means making education more entertaining. Now, when I was younger, there's this game we used to play. It's more like I tell you, names of things, names of things. Once you pause, you are out of the game. So that's how our session is going to be. Once I will just be throwing the question around because we don't have time. And I want you to cooperate with me so we'll make it very interesting. And to start up, I want you to understand that this session is not for people that have made it. You know, the previous session was for big people. This session is for people who are hungry like me. If you know you're hungry for greatness, you're hungry for knowledge, you're hungry for growth, I want to look at somebody seated next to you with a smile, introduce yourself, ask the person what the person does, and exchange contact. We're going to do that for the next 1 minute. Your destiny helper might just be seated next to you. So can you look for your destiny helper? I just gave you an opportunity, guys. I just gave you an opportunity. There's somebody you've been admiring. The next 1 minute. Oh my God. We have 20 seconds more. We have 20 seconds more. All right, thank you, and welcome back. So here on the panel with me, I have some amazing Niger Deltans who have decided to shine their light. They've decided to shine their light from this region to the rest of the world. And we are also going to be learning from their experiences. So I want to just appeal to you that this is not the time to get up. This is not the time to allow your phone to ring out. Let's just spare up attention and make this very fast. So I'm going to be giving everybody here with me the next 1 minute to just introduce themselves for 1 minute and tell us what you do. Just more like a sales pitch. You know what we do? Sell your market. All right, so starting from my right.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben Siloko, the CEO of Payfax. Payfax is a fintech company and a microfinance institution. We are not farmers. We are in the financial sector. We help small businesses to grow by providing micro and nano loan for them to grow their business. So that's basically what we do. We use thrift savings to drive that. We use thrift savings to drive small businesses to grow. And I know if you want more information, you can see us later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for respecting time. Please, ma'am.
All right, thank you so very much. My name is Utiba Koa, and I'm the founder of UT Trends Enterprises. UT Trends Enterprises is a manufacturing firm that deals in the production of custard and cereals. If you must pick something today, don't fail to pick custard. Our brand name is Unique Custard, and we are uniquely different. We are located here at number 1 in NFR off Ikotekpene Road, Uyo. Not just the product, we also offer the skill acquisition aspect. So far, I've trained about 56,000 youths across Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, over to you, sir. Over to you, sir. All right, can we hear him, please? Hello, one house. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you. Thank you. I get the point. It's about 56,000, right? All right, stay on that. I'm going to come back. Just stay with me. That is why I'm here. I'm your guy. I'll ask her how she did it. So, are we together? All right, thank you. Let's proceed, please. Let's proceed, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Do you want to hear me?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand that we have people who could be your potential investors. And someone earlier spoke about skill and character. When you find yourself in an atmosphere like this, you want to be very careful because you don't know who is watching. So I want to appeal that as loving sons of Niger Delta, my brothers and sisters, of course I didn't introduce myself. Ekemini Udo is my name. But you guys rushed me to do it. I wanted to do it in grand style. So please, we have visitors in Akwa Ibom. Let us show them how we do it with some respect. Please. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Are we okay now? Okay, my name is Bereni Fiberesima. I run a talent accelerator called Gigs and Devs, and our focus is on building software developers and matching them with jobs. Pleased to be here.
All right, thank you very much. So, immediately I'm going to start with the man that talks about money. You know, one of the speakers here, the CEO of PayFax, you know, when I was watching his documentary, he talked about the motivation, why he started. So I want to know, sir, how has the journey been? Have you been able to actualize the vision of funding? That's number one. Number two, what are the challenges that you have noticed? Which could be one of the reasons why SMEs finding it hard to access funding. Maybe there are people that have applied to you, but you couldn't fund them because of those reasons.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to thank the organizers of this program for this opportunity. Straight to your question, funding was the major problem why we introduced this solution called PayFax. Small business owners have that problem of accessing finance to grow their business. So what the model we use is that you cannot just come to us, apply, and we give you money. You need to grow a relationship with us, like you go to our site, because we don't do manual, we do it in a digital format. You go to our website, you apply, you try saving a particular amount of your money, which is from 1,000 upward daily. Most businesses have 2,000 as their profit in a day, 3,000. We enable you to save 1,000 out of that profit for a number of 3 to 6 months. Once you can do that and raise up to 100 or 200,000, we can support you with 400,000. So for over 3 years that we've been in existence using that model, it's working for us. But once you come and meet us, you don't have any relationship with us, you want us to give you money, we don't give you money because people are very funny. Putting sentiment when you are doing a money business can crash the business within 24 hours. So if you go to payfaxsav.com, read about us, create an account, follow us on our site, on our social media page, do business with us for 3 to 6 months, we can consider you to give you fund to grow your business. So that has been successful.
All right, so if I catch what you're saying that bookkeeping is a major thing you look at. bookkeeping, cash flow. You know, in banking they say source of repayment is more important than collateral. I want to catch there because of time, but I'll come back to you. Now, quickly, Ma, you talked about how you've been able to process, you're in the flour industry. You've been able to train about over 56,000 persons. You talk about, can you first of all tell us how you've been able to handle raw materials? And what's your relationship with the local farmers? Because I'm sure it would be better if you can patronize farmers here for your raw materials.
All right, thank you so very much, sir. Firstly, I must appreciate the convener for putting up this summit. I must tell you, before now, we know crude oil to be the drivers of economy. But in future, it is entrepreneurship. SME are the drivers. They are not just the drivers of economies, they are the movers and shakers of this economy. I'm into the production of custard, like you said. We are source for the raw materials. We go to people that plant the maize. We get it, we process it, and we produce it. We don't have, people don't cultivate maize in large quantity here. The highest you can get, maybe here in Akwa Ibom, the highest you may get to be maybe a bag or two. But we outsource it, we order it directly from Lagos, then we process
So now that's a business opportunity for someone. It means her demand is more than the supply here. So I was hoping somebody can catch that, and as you leave here, ask yourself, how can I be one of the vendors to give her raw materials? And that's talk about connecting the value chain, and you make part of the money that she's making from that industry. I was hoping someone would clap for me. Come on, guys. I just gave you an idea. All right. So I move up to you, sir. You talked about running a talent accelerator. You know, we get to hear a lot of things where people perceive the Niger Delta region as being militants. In other words, people that don't like to work, entitlement mentality. Now, what have you seen in trying to work with talent? What have been the challenges, and what have you been able to come up with as a solution?
Okay, before then, let me also thank the organizer for putting together this wonderful event. And I want to thank all the speakers and Goodwill message, those who gave Goodwill messages. I also want to thank the MC, one of the few people who pronounced my name very well. Thank you very much. Having said that, my view on the Niger Delta is somewhat different. I do not subscribe to the perception of people being laid back and not ready to work. It's a global phenomenon. I've been working in the Niger Delta for more than a decade, and I have found one of the hardest working people here in the Niger Delta. And the problem we've had is access to the right information that can help them grow. And that is something I would say that is lacking here. We run Geeks and Devs, like I said, is a talent accelerator that builds software developers for the international markets. And one of the things that make you succeed is when you're working in an area of enlightenment. It's easier for us to work in the western part of Nigeria than in the Niger Delta, not because the people are not willing to work hard, but because the level of awareness is high enough for them to appreciate what we are bringing to the table. And when we work with our youth in the Niger Delta, we spend quality time trying to enlighten them, to get them to understand why this is important to them. But once they get it, then you get the best of them. To summarize the answer, the experience has been an interesting learning process, and we are seeing a lot of results and value. We've been able to match software developers from the Niger Delta with jobs across the world. But the problem we have is that the media doesn't beam a searchlight on the Niger Delta, and so most of the success stories are not mainstream stories.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll now to bring it back to you, Ma. Now, I'd like to understand, because, for example, Mr. Zia, when he was speaking earlier, spoke about the time where he had losses. All right? Now, I want to know, what are the things you have been able to put in place to mitigate some of these things? Let's say your crops. Are you talking about insurance? Are there any set of things you're doing to be able to mitigate against losses in your business?
Yeah, so far we've insured our company. We've insured all our workers. The group insurance, we've done it for them. We have about 4 direct people working with us, 4 directors working with us, and we have about 11 indirect people as sales reps in the market with us. Then aside that, aside the insurance, we want to talk about the risks involved in the factory, in production. We have some more machineries we've put in place, maybe in the course of production, fire outbreak. Also, we have some machineries we've put to curb this in the factory.
Okay, so I'll now come back to you, sir. What are the things you would say to a young business person here who is just starting that you think will be able to help him to be credit worthy?
Thank you very much, moderator. I want to crave your indulgence. Let's speak to our topic that says building entrepreneurship culture, competitiveness to be beyond oil. 2 things that comes to mind. You have to build the entrepreneurial spirit and also the entrepreneurial behavior. So there are 2 things that connects to that topic. Building the spirit of an entrepreneur, you need to work on your personality, you need to work on your passion, you need to be persistent. There are some people that complain, you see them, they do business today and nothing. Starting a business, it's not finance. Finance is not the first thing. When growing up, I thought that, I know how to write business plan very well. I wrote like 10 business plan and gave to 10 people. Nobody gave me 1 naira. I said, these people are wicked. These people are this. But I did not know that the only man that gave me something, he gave me advice. He corrected the pages of the business plan and gave it back to me. I was expecting him the next day to call me that, send your account, let me give you money. The man never called me. So creating a business and looking for who to finance your business, you must build trust. Trust is a currency. If you don't build trust, like we in the financial sector, I also have investors, I also have board members that invest in my business. If the time I started, the day 1, I thought that people would give me money. I will call, invest in my business, nobody is answering me. Over the years, I built trust. For the past 3 years, people will call me that I have watched you. There was one man that called me. He came to my office. He said, I've watched you for 2 years. I've been following your status for 2 years. I'm giving you social amount. From today, any money you need for your business, I will give it to you. So you have to build trust first. Trust is a currency before anybody can support your business.
Trust is a currency. Come on. Come on, if you want to clap, can you just clap better? All right, quickly because of time, sir. Now, in studying, I've come to discover that it's not the best products that win, but the most marketed products that win. So, you are from the IT space, according to what you said. So, what would be your advice talking about marketing?
Okay, thank you so much. There's something we call echo chamber, and it's the echo chamber syndrome, and it's a very serious problem. What is it? You are in a room where you just hear yourselves, and that has been the problem with a lot of Nigerian businesses, and sadly, a lot of businesses in the Niger Delta. And so you come up with your marketing plan and campaign focused on your circle. Unfortunately, social media is making it even worse because sometimes you're on your status and the world you see on your social media status, you think that's your own world. And so to solve that problem, people need to expand their mind to understand that there is a bigger market outside their immediate circle. And in this world of globalization, they need to realize that there is a market beyond the geographic space. And so I'm going to use one startup that has succeeded as an example. Iroko TV, a couple of years ago, a young guy in the UK started this. Had this idea to get Nollywood movies streamed online. And by the time, in a short time, they had their markets across Nigeria, because people thought it was just going to be a Nigerian market. But they realized that people were streaming from all over the world, and many of them were not even Nigerians. And so when we have that global mindset, then we'll be able to come up with our marketing idea to go beyond our space and where the market really is and where it can get value.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll tell you why I brought that question up, because somebody said something about the loans. Is it about who you know? People ask a lot of questions. The thing is, if people don't even see you, if they don't even notice you, how do they help you? I noticed earlier on we even said turn to somebody with a smile and shake and exchange contact. Some people didn't move. Some people didn't do anything. Now, I also heard when the convener said he reached out to someone he saw on social media. So for some of you, your problem is not because you lack funding. Your problem is because you lack visibility. However, I'm not keynote speaker today, so I'll move on to the next person. So lastly, ma'am, I'd like you to wrap up with this. I'd like to find out, in the course of doing your business, what supports have you really gotten? Maybe have you had some government support? Have you had some loans, some grants? And did you have these things before you started or in the course of doing business?
Thank you for the question. I normally tell people my story, how we started. Sometimes in 2017 during my NYSC, you know, as a then we coppers, we depend so much on Alawi. And the months Alawi don't come on time, you know, you ask myself, what can 150 naira fix for me for a breakfast? It was there I got to a shop, I requested, being a custard lover, I requested for a sachet of custard. I was told a sachet of custard is about 100 naira. And I was like, if I should buy a sachet of custard at 100 naira, I need to buy sugar, I need to buy milk. I also need to get bread, but this 150 naira will not fix it for me. It was there. I asked the lady, but do you have something like maybe a custard that we have milk and sugar inside? She said no. I went to the next shop. They said no. I went to about 3 shops. They didn't have it. So it was there that I discovered that there was a very serious problem in custard consumption. So I was like, what if you should come out with a custard that have a blend of milk and sugar? What somebody just needs to do is to boil your water, and in less than a second you have your custard ready. So it was this 150 naira that begged this very idea. Done with that, when we returned to the States that 2018, that was about then 2018, I was just with about 700 naira. Those of us that knows it took streets. I went to the street. As at then, a kg of flour was about 120 naira a kg. I bought those ingredients, I mixed up, it was just 700 naira. I took what I produced, I posted this on social media, made in Akwa Ibom products. I had over 40 people requested for that product on Facebook, but without me, I know it was just 3 buckets of that small cup custard. It was there that I put up your payment validates order. So some of this payment validates order you see online is not because they want you to pay. We want to get the money and do the production so that we can bring it for you. So I made payment validate order. People order for it, requested for account number, they pay it. I took the one of 700 naira and do what I made with 700 naira that day. I got about 3,000 plus. I took the 3,000 plus. So that was how we started. The journey so far, we started manually. From just 3 buckets, we moved to 10 to 15. That was how we started. It was when
So there's a question you dodged. Sorry to interrupt you. Have you gotten any support?
Yes, well, like I said, I was coming to that when I started, there was no form of finances that came from anybody. It was just that my 700. At a point in 2018, I went for an umbrella business quest. Producing custard manually was so stressful. I competed for it. I got about 150,000 naira. I went to Abad Direct. That was the first mixer we had. And that was the first money.
Sponsored event?
Yes, it was a government stuff.
Okay, thank you. Let me cut you there because of time. Now, the point I wanted to drive home here is the fact that you just have to start. These days, people are not willing to just throw money and gamble at your ideas. Now, hear this. Ideas are the cheapest form of money. Everybody has ideas. So, get started and believe that people will see what you've started and follow through with you. Now, having said that, because of time, I want to jump in straight into the questions. I don't even want them to get up from this seat. So, if you have a question for any of these amazing people seated next to me, I want you to signify. Have any questions for them? Okay. All right, so I have, all right. The man on blue, please. Please just step forward.
Good afternoon.
Please, you know the drill.
Good
Your
afternoon.
name, who you are directing the question to, and then your question.
All right. My name is Simon Odo. My question is to this person that talked on finance. He talked about his business that one have to save some money with him for a period of time before the person can access money. What about people that are doing farming business? That you don't make profit on a daily basis? Does your company cover such set of persons?
Okay. They're going to answer the questions. Who's the next question, please? We want to take all the questions and then we take all the answers. Next question, please. Okay, let me take somebody from this row. Please step forward.
I'm here.
Your name, who you're directing your question to, and
Okay,
your
my name is Otu Dominic, the CEO of Vinci Technology Limited. My question is directed to the man on finance. Sir, you mentioned that we should build trust. I built my trust on you by saving my 1,000 naira per day. Then I have an idea. I have a company that produces my 1,000 naira per day. Why is it that your company cannot also trust me to give me finance so I can grow my company?
Okay, next question.
I think my question is more similar. Good day, everyone.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm not going to allow the violence to get it by force yet. It's too early.
I did indicate.
Hold on. Let me have the lady there. Yes, please step forward. So, Ma, please, you tell us your name, who you are directing the question to, and then your question.
Okay, my name is Anamanye Godwin. I'm directing my question to the lady that does custard. I actually appreciated all what you said, and it sounded so rosy. Please, I would like to ask, were there some great losses you ever faced? And what were the modalities put in place to circumvent that, so that you were still able to remain in business till now?
All right, thank you. All right, any other question? This guy. Okay. Please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Edidion George. My question is to the speaker that spoke on finance. What is that slim line that if Tony Elumelu is looking for funding, like he has that power, in fact, you even beg him to give him money, but some other person that is trying to grow his business is coming to you, you won't want to give. Okay? Why I'm saying this, there is a bank, a microfinance bank, I also approached to get loan. I showed them my records and everything, but yet I didn't still get it, and there were no explanation to it. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we're going to draw the curtains here for now and allow the panel to respond to the questions. So let's start with the lady first.
Okay, she asked if I've ever encountered loss. I do tell people that giving up in business is never an option. There was a time, how I do it, you may think we have it much. How I do it sometimes, we approach distributors, supermarkets, we get to them, get money for them, do this production, and give it to them. Whatsoever we have as profit is what we will take. There was a time that after getting money from a distributor, the whole product, I don't know, it was a lighting stuff. I don't know how the NEPA and the generator something clash. And in the course of doing the production, lights spark up in the factory. You know, when we were trying to come up with something, the first thing we were asked was your company, was your enterprise insured? I said no. They said we can't help. That was the first step I took to go and insure that very business, so that maybe in subsequent years, if something like that came up, we know we are covered. Then I said that during production, we do encounter loss. Machine can spoil your production. You don't need to fold it up because machine have encountered your production. Or maybe in the course of supplies, you get beaten up by rain and everything is so, you don't need to give up because this happened to you. So a whole lot of things, those risks, we see them, and many times we do experience this, so we don't give up because we lost in the production or maybe in the course of making our supplies. As a business person, as a manufacturer, whatever business you venture into, you are likely to encounter losses. You don't need to give up at that point. You need to look for possible way to solve whatsoever happened and still move on.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll move up to PayFax.
Thank you very much. I want to plead with the organizer. This is the meat of this event, talking about finance. And people ask questions that you bother about what is their standpoint, what is their background of business. The first question says, if I save with you, what do farmers do? Apart from making you save every day, you can give us a bulk money. That is called your equity. We call it cashback equity. That means you don't have an asset as a collateral. That is your collateral. After having that equity with us, we will not tell you to go and bring your grandmother, go and bring your land, go and bring this. We also give you advice to help you grow. After that certain period of the business, we give you back your equity with interest. That serves as your collateral. You understand? Nobody will give you anything. Nobody will give you money. The second person was asking that you applied here, they didn't give you money because there was no efficiency. They checked you very well. Most people do business. You do business with your personal name. No bank, nobody will give you money when you do business with your personal name. If they are paying you 1,000 every day, open a company name, open an account, let everything be channeled to your account. That is what they will use in checking you. If they check your company and they check you, there's nothing. There's no cash flow that is showing that money is going in, money is coming in every day. There's no bank that will give you. And I want to say that if you want finance, start growing yourself from the day you start your business. Look for somebody to give you 25,000, 30,000 to register a business name. Don't use your personal name to run your business. Nobody will support you. Even the person is underground, it will not support you. So please and please, building finance, the other person asks that Elumelu will just dash you money. It's not true. I've written business plan for those applying for Toluemelu Foundation. You understand? So most of them fail to qualify. There are processes for you to qualify to get the grants. If you don't qualify, they will not give you. So the last question that the person, the man asked, he said, what's the slim line? Okay, between let me give you money. Building of trust by PayFax. Why can't PayFax trust me? Like what I said earlier, I said trust is a currency. Why I say we encourage small business, we know your shop, we know where you do business, we know that you are a small scale business, and you are consistently saving with us. That consistency that you use, we don't need your money, but we are using that to build trust. We don't need your cash back to hold, but we want to build trust so that we can support your business to grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, so as we close this session, one of the things I'd like us to highlight as we take back, coming from a little financial background, is I'd like us to understand there's a difference between corporate funding and interventions.
So when you were talking about, for example, the Tony Elumelu, as it were, that's a grant, as it were. When people are funding you from banks or microfinance banks, those are people's money. And what they do is take money from the surplus, gives to you, makes a float. They can't dash you people's money because they have to pay back those monies with return on interest. However, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for this session. Thank you once again to the organizers. Thank you to the convener and all the sponsors. That's my time.
Thank you very much, our moderator and panelists. Please, a round of applause for them. Very exciting panel session. There's not a dull moment. If we can have Mr. Moses Siloko Siasia join them, please, on stage for the group photograph. Sir, let's have you again join them up here on stage. Thank you. Is Mr. Musa here? I believe he was outside checking some things. I'm sure he'll still join us in the course of the program. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can return to your seats, please. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when the convener, Moses Siloko Siasia, was making his remarks during his welcome address, he made mention of the fact that for the past years that the Nigerian Young Professionals Forum and then the Niger Delta Young Professional Forums have been supporting businesses with grants, and that today would not be an exception. And so we've gotten to the highlight today where we see young professionals, CEOs, and business people being given grants for their businesses, is to inject a new blood into the businesses to have them thrive. And so we have videos of these beneficiaries. Before I invite our convener to come up and give us the criteria they used in having these people emerge as beneficiaries of the grant, we would like to have their videos on the screen. Please turn your attention to the screen. Thank you.
According to ACCI 2019, Nigeria produced 10 million used tires annually, and there is no proper waste management scheme to cater for those used tires. So they end up as waste in our landslide, in our drainage, and in around our environment. My name is Juliet Ejio-Kogene, and I'm the creative director of Tip In Recycle, a social enterprise that collects this end-of-use materials such as tires, cartons, sack, wood pallet, plastic bottles, and innovatively reuse them to make beautiful luxury eco-friendly products. Since we commenced production in 2021, we have reused 205 tires to make furniture that have served 38 households in Delta State, create employment for 4 persons to reduce unemployment in Delta State, and also we have trained 84 students in 3 secondary schools in Delta State to reduce social bias in our society. At Tipping Recycle, our vision is to inspire environmental consciousness through reusing, recycling, and reducing to minimize pollution and inspire environmental conservation. We aim to create economic opportunity through upcycling and refurbishing. We raise awareness on recycling, upcycling, and the importance of environmental conservation in rural communities in Delta State. We conduct training, community involvement on environmental activities, promote sustainable practices, and inspire a positive behavior towards the environment. Our goal is to make waste a valuable asset through creativity and innovation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. My name is Utiba Akoa, an indigenous of Ibioni local government area, Akwa Ibom State. I'm the founder of Trends Enterprises. UT Enterprises is a manufacturing firm that offers authentic, unique, and African healthy related products such as cereals, custard, chocolate to drink. And currently, we've just added to our brand unique gari. That is a gari whereby we have a blend of milk and chocolate. Our products are affordable and accessible because before now, people were finding it very difficult consuming custard. Unique custard came with a blend of milk and sugar. What you just need to do is to boil your water, and in less than a second, you have your custard ready. Our vision is to be among the leading cereal company by 2029, and we've expanded our market share across the 36 states of Nigeria and other African countries. I must say I'm so excited to come on the show. Thank you so very much.
Antia's Farm is registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission. Antia's Farm, we are into crop cultivation, namely tomato, cucumber, watermelon, pepper, okra, etc. These are some of the crops that people think and believe that it cannot grow in the South states here. But here we made it possible in Antia's Farm. In Antia's Farm, we started operation on one plot of land, and as of today, we have expanded to 4 hectares of land where we cultivate tomato, cucumber, watermelon, okra, and pepper. As of today, I started Antia's Farm all by myself and my beautiful wife. And as of today, we have 9 staff on our payroll. We have been increasing, we have been expanding, and we still expect to expand to nothing less than 10 hectares this year. With access to funding, we are sure to achieve this. In talking about agriculture, agriculture is the shaking of hand with the nature for the benefit of mankind. And agriculture gives credence to all professions of life. No matter who you are, no matter what you are, you will not be able to practice your profession if you stay hungry for a week. Therefore, agriculture gives credence to all professions of life. That is why we in Antia's Farm, we are all out to plan to cultivate in order to meet the demands of the people of the South states.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our beneficiaries. You can see that they have a track record of commitment, resilience, and of course, focus-mindedness, and that is why they are getting the grants today. To whom much is given, much more is expected. And to him that has, more is given. That's because they have shown that they can manage funds. I would like to, with all sense of humility and joy, invite the visionary, the man who had the vision and the man who continues to impact the lives of young professionals in the Niger Delta and Nigeria and across the globe. While he was making his remarks, he said they have held conferences and of course supported in the USA about 3, in the UK 4, and of course in Europe 2. You know, I listen very well. Please put your hands together for Moses Siasia. Please, a round of applause. Let the applause be better as it comes to give us the criteria for the awardees, please.
Thank you very much. Without the wonderful team that I have, we wouldn't have achieved what we have achieved so far. So I must most profoundly thank all my team members for the support, because without a team, there will be no Moses Siasia. So I can assure you that I have the best team in the world, and they are very, very fantastic. Some of you have met them. They're exceptionally brilliant young people, young men and women. So thank you, my team, for giving life to what we are doing today. I also want to say that we have a very slim process in recognizing and appreciating all the MSME owners that we support with grants. There's going to be like 3 persons that we're going to give grants to today. I was just told that one of them did not make it. I don't really know the reasons why, but I will also, call on the two persons that are here. What we do, we identify your business. We send people to look at what you're doing, your physical structures, your books. We look at your books. We look at your marketing strategy. We look at your vision and your ability to manage this business. For example, am I going to say yes that we have been very successful in this endeavor? I will say yes, despite the fact that most times we have some failures. But what we have done so far, I can be proud to you to say that we've had over between 70 to 75% success in what we are doing. So, the three persons that we're giving these grants to, I don't know them. I can tell you, I can assure you that all the persons that we have given grants to, I don't know them directly. I don't know them. And that is the truth. These are people that were sourced from different processes by the team that we have to ensure that they followed laid-down procedures and they meet expectations for us to give them this loan, this grant, because it's not loan. In doing that, we have also engaged PayFax. PayFax, when you talk about trust, they also went through processes for us to trust them now. We want to trust them with our money. So PayFax will be the one that will pay them. The money is with PayFax, lying in PayFax now. It's PayFax that will pay them. And we're also creating also a micro support fund scheme, for MSMEs with PayFax. Now, PayFax has its own business, but we want to see how we can support this platform so that more people can benefit from what we are doing. So that process is going to commence, I think, by next week. So all of you who are interested should also go to PayFax platform and see how you can get yourself, enrolled in that process. We are going to support serious businesses. You could see from the video, the people that we are giving grants to, they are not beginners. Yes, startups are good. We've given a lot of support to startups, but we are also ensuring that these deliberate efforts are for those who already have existing business. So notwithstanding, I want to sincerely call on the first beneficiary of this grant. This grant that we are giving to is not like people feel that it's like their right. It's not their right, it's a privilege. If at that time I was growing up, I had opportunity to get such grants, I think I would have gone farther than where I find myself today. So it's a privilege for a system for people to give you grants. So if you go and mismanage this money, you have mismanaged the funds that have come from young people like you, and there's a cost to it. I'm very sorry, I have to be very practical, because if I am privileged to have support from someone who is working hard to make his money, and he gives me that support, and I misuse that money, there's a cost on my business. And that is the truth. People don't realize it, but this is the truth. So people are working hard, young people, young men and young women, put money together to support you. And you go and use the money for something that is not, it doesn't tell well. So please use this money to enhance your business. Use this money to create value. Use this money to expand your employment role and also expand your capital base. Please. So, I want to call on Otibe Aqua. Please, can I have Mr. Musa and the rep of NDDC to be here so to help me, present this grant to these beneficiaries. PayFax, please. This is Otibe Aqua. Otibe, you need to face them. You know, she's from Akwa Ibom State. You know, people will say that, oh, they are doing favoritism. It's not true. Have you met me before? I don't know her. It was the system that got her. So, and I'm even shocked that she operates from Ikotekpene. He said Ikotekpene Road. Okay, Uyo Ikotekpene Road. Okay, but there's Ikotekpene in your address. Okay. So please use this money for the benefit of society and for the goodwill of God Almighty. On behalf of the Niger Delta Young Professionals, we present this grant of 500,000 naira to Utibe Aqua. The next on the list is a lady from Cross River State, Omoni Mary Annie. Is she here? Omoni Mary Annie. Is she here? Oh, okay. She's here. Congratulations. This is Omoni Mary Annie. She is also a CEO. She has her own business. And today we have also decided to support her. She is those days where we were growing up, we used to call them shoemakers. But she's not a shoemaker. She's how will I call it now? Shoe producer or luxury producer. You can see her swag. So her swag is different. My dear, you are too much. So on behalf of the Nigerian Young Professionals Forum, we have identified what you are doing. You are a role model in this society. And on behalf of myself and the leadership, we want to give you a grant to support your business of 500,000. I think the third person is not here. I think so. I think the third person on the list is Ogulo Juliet. Is she here? Juliet is not here. Okay. So, is there any representative? You have to identify yourself. We will scan your identity. Thank you, our young entrepreneurs. Thank you for this wonderful example that you have shown to society, because this is the future of the Niger Delta. I'm from Bayelsa, and we had a process that we started. You know, we couldn't find, it's only these three persons that met our the lay down regulations and criteria that we put in place. So we want to ensure that we give these things to the right people. So please pray that you grow your business to the point where next year you would also benefit from this grant scheme. So thank you very much. I think at this point we'll just take a photograph, then you can go and take your seat.
Congratulations, ladies. Please put your hands together for them. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. This is what we're talking about. All right, so we're going to take the vote of thanks, but before we do that, I would like to announce that lunch will be served here, but all those on the front row, please, your lunch is at the restaurant. All those on the front row are having their lunch, and the team from NDDC, you're having your lunch at the restaurant. The rest of us, you can see the service points are already outside. You get your meal, come back in here and eat. Do not forget to network. May I invite at this point the CEO of Antia Farms, please. Let's have you up here for the vote of thanks. Please, a round of applause for him as it comes.
To God be all the glory. First of all, we would love to thank Nigerian Young Professional Forum for what they have done for the Niger Delta youth. Last year, I was part of the beneficiary, and this year I have seen what they have done to other youth of the Niger Delta. Like our convener said, the money is not coming from government, it's coming from individuals who are members of this forum. So we are grateful to them. We tell them thank you. Also to Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, who also they are part of the sponsors of this event. Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Presidential Amnesty Program, Mosilo Group, and Heritage Times, who are sponsors of this program. We are grateful. We say thank you. And to you that registered and you are here, you have learned a lot, and I believe you are going to put into practice what you have learned here. And to those who would love to go into agriculture, I am always available. You call my contacts after here, we exchange our contacts, and we'll do business together. So thank you very much for what you have done. We thank everybody who came up here, the MC, the keynote speaker, our moderator, the panelists. We say a very big thank you. May God guide us back home to our different destinations in the name of Jesus.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Please, again, the information on the lunch. We're moving row by row. Remain seated until your row is called so we can go for lunch in an orderly manner. We're moving row starting from the second row down. Please, row by row. There is enough food for everyone, so there is no need to move before your row is called. Once again, those in front, remember your lunch is at the restaurant. And thank you so much, the Akwa Ibom Council for Arts and Culture. They will be here performing while we're moving row by row for our lunch. And if we're all happy that this third Niger Delta Young Professionals Forum MSME Summit is a huge success, those who agree say hip, hip, hip. We should be standing to say this. So if you agree that the third Niger Delta Young Professionals Forum MSME Summit is a huge success, those in favor say aye. There is no one against. If you try it, you will not live here. All right, hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you so much, please. Happy International Youth Day. Happy, happy, happy International Youth Day. Please, the Council for Arts and Culture will be performing. Remain seated as we proceed row by row for lunch. Please remain standing as we take the national anthem. We're closing with the national anthem, please. The media. Stand, no movements. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you all. And so please be seated as we proceed row by row. Those on the front row, please. And the team for NDDC, go to the restaurant. Please, there's a gentleman on suits here that will be leading all those on the front row for lunch. He's already standing here. Please follow him. Thank you.